Hello, magandang araw sa inyong lahat na nandyan. Thank you so much for coming to my live. Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming to my live. Thank you so much guys. Hello J. Mark Osabel. Hello po, thank you so much. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Thank you so much J. Mark Osabel for coming to my live. Thank you so much. Just thumbs up dyan. Bigyan kita ng jack. Ay, wala pa. Sandali lang. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Nag-change pa ako ng account. Ayan, may jacket ka na. Thank you. Sandali lang guys. Hello, J-Mark. Musta? Ay, Peach. Sorry. Okay lang po. Ikaw, musta ka din po, J-Mark Alsabel? Musta ka din? Nakapag-breakfast ka na ba? Ayan, may jacket ka na, J-Mark Osabel. Thank you so much sa'yo, J-Mark Osabel. Ayan, for today's video now, for today's live, mabuti din naman po. Okay, J-Mark Osabel. May jacket ka na dyan, nabigyan na kita. Ayan, J-Mark Osabel. Hindi pa po ako kumain, busog pa sa tinapay. Okay, J-Mark. Nag-ano ka lang ba? Nag-coffee ka lang ba, J-Mark Osabel? Nag-coffee ka lang ba? Tsaka tinapay, yung breakfast mo. Yan. Thank you so much na nagpunta sa aking live today. Yan, thank you so much. Opo. Okay. Kasi mas maganda ka pag nasanay ka na sa tinapay sa umaga, parang mabubusog ka na pag tinapay sa umaga. Tapos pag sa gabi, kasi katulad sa akin, hindi ako nasanay sa tinapay sa umaga. Talagang rice talaga. Ayan, thank you so much sa dalawang nandyan. Ayan, thank you so much sa inyo dyan. Sa pagdalaw ng aking live. G-Mark. G-Mark, nabigyan na kita dito ng jacket. Ayan, maya-maya lang, may jacket ka na, J-Mark. Ayan, J-Mark, magbabasa pala ako na ngayon ng zodiac sign. Wala po kasing gana kumain pag bagong break up. Oo. Break up? Nag-break up ba kayo? Excuse. Nag-break up kayo? Nag-break up kayo ng ano mo, ng GF mo? Ba't ganon? Sandali lang, Jmar, babasahan kita ng ano ko dito, ng mahiwagang bolang kristal ni Lola. Kung ano yung ano mo ngayon, yung day mo ngayon, ayan. Ito, babasahan kita. Ayan. Ano kaya yung ano dito ngayon? From compatibility. Ayan. Ito, babasahan ko kayo ng man and the woman, Aries and Libra, woman. Aries and Libra ba to? Show compatible. Ayan. Happiness and marriage bad. This couple may be found together by collaborative work, a business project, or another initiative designed to make a profit. The partners are widely different from one another in temperament and have different life principles. If they feel a strong attraction and love, then the union is likely be filled with lessons learned. Doubts and jealousy, a bold Aries partner will make a Capricorn partner be more intense and interesting and inspire them to gallant deeds, which will prove to be more advantageous for them than for them. At the same time, a Capricorn partner will be proved to be a faithful support and safe harbor. Ayan, ito yung compatibility. Kung nandyan ka pa ba, so, ano yung zodiac sign mo para maano kita dito kung sino yung compatible na zodiac sign para sa'yo. Ayan. Yung compatibility. Wala po kasing ganang kumain, nag-break up. Ayan. Kung nag-break up kayo, pwede pa yun pag-usapan. Hayaan mo muna siya, J-Mark Alsabil. Ayan, thank you so much. Pagtambay dyan. Sa 1 million na viewer ko dyan. Ayan, naging 2 na ngayon. Thank you so much sa support. Ayan, ano ba, kung ano yung mga zodiac sign nyo, tapos hahanapin ko yung compatibility, compatible sa zodiac sign mo. Isang compatible na zodiac sign. Halimbawa, pag ikaw ay Taurus, tapos kung ano yung compatible sa iyo na zodiac sign. Ayan, mas maganda to. Excuse me. Jemak, in love kasi siya sa may motor, kaya niya ako iniwan. Okay. So, yung ano niya, yung ano niya ngayon, may motorcycle din ba? Ayan, shoutout sa tatlong nandyan. Thank you so much. Yung ano ba, J-Mark Osabel, yung in love kasi siya sa may motor, kaya niya ako iniwan. Kasi ikaw wala ka pang motor. Tapos yung gusto niya, yung tao na mayroong motor. Kaya doon siya na in love. Okay. Sige, J-Mark, hayaan mo lang muna siya at makapag-isip din siya. Baka babalik din siya sa iyo. Ayan. J-Mark, ano bang ano mo, zodiac sign mo dito at hanapan kita ng maging compatible mo. Sa zodiac sign mo, J-Mark. Sabil. Hayaan mo lang siya muna, J-Mark Asabel. Kasi sabi nga nila, kung talagang mahal mo siya, ay hahayaan mo. Hahayaan mo na mamaalam. Ganon daw yun eh. Kung talagang mahal mo ang isang tao, hahayaan mo siya na mamaalam sa'yo. Kasi kung saan siya masaya, talagang susupport ka lang sa kanya. Kung doon siya masaya, di hayaan mo na lang siya. Kasi di ba love mo siya. So, hayaan mo lang siya na maging masaya sa iba. Ayan, kasi pag kayo talaga, kung kayo talagang tinadhana, babalik at babalik, magkakabalikan kayo kung kayo yung para sa isa't isa, kung kayo yung nakatadhana. Kaya hahayaan mo lang siya for now, J. Mark Osabel. Kung saan siya masaya, so hayaan mo lang siya. Kasi sabi nga nila ganun eh. Kung talagang mahal mo siya, ay hahayaan mo. Hahayaan mo na mamaalam. Ganon daw sabi nila. Ayan, yun po, hindi ko alam kung ano zodiac sign ko. Ano yung ano mo, yung month, yung month, mo, J. Mark Osabel. Yung month mo ngayon. Kung kailan yung birthday mo na month. Kung anong month yung birthday mo. Kasi hanapan kita dito na magiging compatible sa iyong zodiac sign. Ayan, baka mamaya pag mayroon kang liligawan ng girl, sabihin mo, ano bang zodiac sign mo? Ito, ganda pala yan kasi compatible tayo sa ganito, ganyan. Kasi may naano din ako ng mga classmate ko dati. Yung classmate ko, talagang naniligaw siya sa isang girl. Talagang sinasabihan niya kung anong zodiac sign ng girl. Kasi pag sabi nila daw, pag nasa land yung, for example, katulad sa akin, Pisces, pag sa water ako, so mas compatibility ko is yung water, sa water din. Kasi pag sa land ka, yung compatibility mo is yung sa land din. Sa land din. Kasi magkapareho kayo, ganun. Excuse me, wala na akong boses. Excuse. December 4, 1998. Okay, sige. December 4. Ano yun yung December 4? Sagittarius. Sagittarius ka. Sandali lang, hanapan ko dito yung Sagittarius mo, Sagittarius, yung zodiac sign mo. Zodiac sign is Sagittarius. Hanapan ko dito. Ayan, yung ng Sagittarius is yung Gemini. Yung compatibility niya. Ayan. Sandali lang. Capricorn, Sagittarius. Ayan. So, basahan ko muna yung mo ngayon, yung zodiac sign mo, tapos go na tayo for your compatibility. So, for today's daw, September 26, Sagittarius is, everybody wants to get to know you, despite your popularity. It's your open and likable personality that's appealing. Consequently, you find it easy to approach people you don't even know and strike up a conversation. Giving them the feeling they're important to you is what makes you approachable and fun. Yun daw yung Sagittarius. Ngayon, everybody to gets to know you. Lahat daw gustong makilala ka despite your popularity. It's your open and likable personality that's appealing. Consequently, you find it easy to approach people you don't even know and strike up a conversation. Giving them the feeling they're important to you is what makes you approachable and fun. Yon, ito na. Yung compatibility mo. Compatibility. Ayan. Yung compatibility ng ito, Sagittarius, compatibility niya is, ayan, um, ito Sagittarius, happiness and marriage, average. Average daw yon yung ano mo, yung happiness in marriage. Happiness in marriage, nasa average ka. So, this couple search for mutual understanding will continue throughout their married life. They will remain full of surprise for one another, so their coexistence will never become boring. A Sagittarius partner outdoes oneself to make the life of their chosen one more romantic and comfortable. A Capricorn partner B will help their become more organized and composed. Your compatibility for Sagittarius is Capricorn. Excuse me. Ito. Ano, wala yung boses ko, sorry. Ayan. Sandali lang, drink muna ako ng water. Wala yung boses. Ito daw. Ito daw, sabi dito, a Capricorn partner B will help their become more organized and composed. Your compatibility pala Sagittarius is Capricorn. Compatibility for success average. Nasa average yung compatibility ng Capricorn at saka yung Sagittarius average. Tapos, ito sabi dito, a Capricorn partner B and Sagittarius partner A are strong personalities. Wow, ganda pala. Yung compatibility mo dito is yung yung Capricorn are strong personalities and this is the root, nawala talaga yung boses ko. Are strong personalities and this is the root of the problems. Okay. Capricorn partner B and Sagittarius partner A are strong personalities and this is the root of the problems in their married life. Both of them rarely make concessions. This is especially true of the partner B who considers their roles to be above reproach or discussion. Given the situation, their spouse may also become stubborn and take a stand on principle. If they manage to come to an agreement, then they will be able to live with each other and long and happily. Ayan, sexual compatibility, good. They have no difficulty understanding how to achieve mutual satisfaction in bed. So, foundation of their happiness is a married couple. They are active and filled with a broad spectrum of desires. A Sagittarius partner A is straightforward in their needs, while a Capricorn B is more reserved. For example, they may secretly be jealous of their spouse. Ayan. Compatibility for riches and family size. Good. Ayan. Good naman daw. They do not always initially recognize each other's business potential, so when working together, they must get past the breaking end period, but later their combined abilities will become fully apparent as they profitably complement their partner's capabilities. A Sagittarius partner A sometimes folds in the face of hardship, but a Capricorn partner B can see anything through the end. Ayan. For children, good. Para sa mga magiging anak nyo is good naman. Sagittarius partner A and Capricorn partner B espouse similar principle when it comes to child rearing. They try to become genuine friends and advisors to their children. Wow, maganda naman. They are ready to support their interests and hobbies. Ayan, mas maganda yung tandem dito ng Sagittarius at saka yung Capricorn. Ganda. Ayan. Magbabasa ko naman dito ng excuse, nawawala yung boses ko. Dahil siguro sa gabi kasi madalang araw na ako natulog. Kagabi. Ayan. Hello, sis, Maria Channel. Thank you so much, sis. Ayan, sa Maria Channel, Gemma Sabel, shout out from Maria Channel. Ayan, thank you so much, Sisi, sa pagpunta ngayon sa live ko. Ano ngayon, sis, yung zodiac sign mo, sis? Nakalimutan ko kasi yung zodiac sign mo. Yung zodiac sign mo, sis. Si Gemma Casabel kasi yung sa kanya is Sagittarius. Ayan. Si J. Mark Osabel, nalagyan ko na to siya ng moderator. Pero hindi pa rin siya nagkakakulay. Ayan. Ayan, shoutout dyan ng bonggang-bongga sa inyo. Ayan, dito na ako. Proceed tayo. Magbabasa ako first ng yung mga zodiac sign ng from Aries. From Aries, it's yan, Aries is March to April yan. Ayan, Aries. Excuse me. September 26, ayan, Aries. Feeling the way you do, you're carried away with the chances there are to flirt, and by taking advantage of them, this gives you a positive boost, and your easygoing manner increases the likelihood of success. If you have a partner, take care not to overdo things. Flattering your ego a little is alright. If you remember to respect your partner. Ayan. This is the Aries. And next is Taurus. Ayan, kung sinong mga Taurus dyan, makikinig na kayo. Ito yung Taurus. Kasi kanina is Aries from March to April. Tapos ito naman April to May. Taurus. Ayan. Loving to talk, you perhaps enter arguments deliberately just to win them. You find it easy to understand intricate issues and arrive at solutions, although sometimes you are inclined to read too much into situations and consequently miss out on your objective. Don't allow your mind to work overtime, otherwise cope with a headache too. Yan, ito yung Taurus. Tapos yung next is Gemini, May to June. Ayan. To the Gemini. As if by magic, you're attracted to everything new, making new discoveries, or maybe you start a completely new project or yearn for knowledge. Stay alert and talk to other people, listen to what they have to say. Perhaps you discover links between things or people you never thought possible, or they add another piece to the puzzle you can use in the future. Ayan, ito yung Gemini. Tapos yung Cancerians. Hello mga Cancerians dyan. Ito na yung para sa inyo. Yan. Your friends and colleagues enjoy your sociable manner and more than happy to be of assistance to you. If you feel it is needed, your existing relationships have a particularly trusting and loving quality about them. You find particular stimulating and rewarding. Love apart, you're able to enjoy the company of existing friends and win over new ones. So this is, ito yung Cancerians. Hello sa mga Cancerians dyan. Cancers. Tapos next is Leo. Hello sa mga Leo dyan. Shoutout dyan sa inyo, Leo. This is for you, Leo. Ayan. So, yung Leo is May to June. Yung Leo, yung birthday nila. Ayan. Showing such goodwill to everyone you meet, you effortlessly gain their approval and affection. You're more capable and ingenious than you normally are, and more drawn to beautiful things than usual. As a result, you are much more appreciative of the attention you receive from loved ones and return their affection, making you feel vibrant and alive. This is the Leo. Ayan, next is Virgo. Dito na tayo sa Virgo. So, yung Virgo is June to July. July yan. Alert to more contacts than ever before. You make important new connection you previously thought impossible or even knew existed. Responses you get are constructive. Sharing ideas brings other momentum and makes a decisive contribution to getting proposed ideas or projects to the next level of development has far-reaching consequences. Ayan, ito yung Virgo ngayon. Ayan, let's go to the Libra. Libra is ano to kung Libra, parang September to October. Ayan, you are efficient and learning something new, organizing or using existing information. However, your mental capabilities easily get overloaded and leave you feeling more nervous and harassed than normal. If you recognize the signs, find time to relax by yourself. Do some recreational activity, get some air, or meditate. Ayan, ito yung Libranians. Libra. Let's go to the Scorpio. Ayan, Scorpio is, you must keep a clear head as you have so much to do what is important to others who rely on you. They value your integrity and openness and believe you are the ideal person to sort out any unresolved issue that are current, and this is the impression you give them. Remind them that you need breaks now and then to take a breather. Ayan, this is the Scorpio. Hello sa mga Scorpio dyan. And let's go to the Sagittarius. Ayan, yung Sagittarius is from October 20, I think, to November 14 or 19, something like that, yung Sagittarius. I know, yung Sagittarius is Oo, November 26, from November 20 to December 4. Yan, mga ganon yung Sagittarius, mga to December 14, mga ganon yung Sagittarius. Everybody wants to get to know you despite your popularity at your open and likable personality that's appealing, consequently to find it easy to approach people you don't even know and strike up a conversation, giving them the feeling they're important to you is what makes you approachable and fun. Let's go to the Capricorn. Ayan. Capricorn is from December to January, I think. December 22 to January 14 yung Capricorn. Unusual calm, even under the greatest pressure, you're not faced by deadlines. On the contrary, the more you have to do, the more efficient you are. A sense of satisfaction benefits personal relationship. Your head is clear, and you have time for your partner. Find out how you can include relaxation techniques to help you stay his way as long as possible. This is the Capricornians. Ayan. Let's go to the Aquarius. Ayan. Yung Aquarius naman is from uh, January 20 to February 14 or 19 something. Yan. Cautiousness helps you prevent others from taking advantage of you. Well prepared, you behave more confidently and address delicate topics, usually address delicate topic using your newly acquired skills to identify with others and less, making it easier to deal with more unpleasant matters too. Even if an argument arises as a result, it's better to have it out rather than to allow things to endure. Yan, this is the Aquarius. Yan, let's go to the Capricorn. Ayan. Unusual calm even under the greatest pressure. You're not faced by deadlines. On the contrary, the more you have to do, the more efficient you are. A sense of satisfaction benefits personal relationships. Your head is clear and you have time for your partner. Find out how you can include relaxation techniques to help you stay this way as long as possible. This is the Capricornians. So, let's go to the... Tapos na ba ako? Um, Pupuntahan ko dito yung may mga month pala. Yung may mga month para talagang ano siya talaga is find settings. Dito na ako. Ano kaya yun? Yung may mga ano talaga. Yung may mga month. Wala siya dito. All signs. Ayan, ito yung all signs. Ayan, dito sa compatibility. Ayan. Friends. Ayan. Ito, may ganito dito. Sino yung pangalan ng friends niyo? For example, si Sisi Maria. Yan, yung friends niya. Wala eh. Gusto ko yung may yung may babasahan ka talaga naman. Ito kasi yung Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. Ayan. Ay, ito pala, may date siya dito. May date. Ayan, compatibility. Ayan yung date. Ayan, yung Capricorn pala is from December 31 to January 1, and Pope's birthday. Hindi, wala siya dito. Ayan, let's go to the... Dito na ako sa... Ayan. Yung mga pag-ibig. Yan, shoutout ng bonggang-bongga sa inyo dyan. Ayan, thank you so much. Ayan, I am here again. Sandali lang, magbabasa ko ng The Love Story kasi tapos na ko yung, binabasa ko yung mga zodiac signs. So, tapos na ako. Ayan, thank you so much sa nandyan. Magbabasa ako now for the love story of... Maganda to, i-continuous ko lang kasi nabasa ko na to before sa live stream ko. Ayan, thank you so much. Hello from Mondragon.ph. Good morning, host. Ayan, thank you so much. Mondragon.ph. Tamsakdan. Shout out to everyone from Mondragon.ph. Ayan, thank you so much. Lodi. Tomorrow na lang ako mag-use ng StreamYard. After ng live ni Reyna Belinda. Yan. Tomorrow na lang ako use talaga ng StreamYard. Yan. So, ito muna, magbabasa ako ng The Love Story. Ayan, shoutout dyan ng bonggang-bongga. Yan, dito na ako. Mag-use ako ng StreamYard tomorrow. Ito na. Ayan, nabasa ko na pala sa'yo, Gemini, yung zodiac sign. Basahin ko ulit yung Gemini. Ayan, as if by magic, you're attracted to everything new. Making new discoveries, or maybe you start a completely new project or yearn for knowledge. Stay alert and talk to other, perhaps you discover links between things or people you never thought possible, or they add another piece to the puzzle you can use in the future. Ayan, this is the Gemini. This is for you, Lodimondragon.ph. Ayan. Ayan. Yan, shoutout siya ng bonggang-bongga. Sa mga nandyan sa aking live. Ayan, let's go to the... Dito na ako. Gusto ko tong basahin ever. Sa mga Hollywood to Hollywood drama na love story. Okay, hello, shoutout dyan sa dalawang nandyan. Shoutout dyan sa inyo ng bonggang-bongga. Ayan. Ayan. Sabi dito niya, yung player natin. What could I write? Sabi niya. So, I reply with in a friend tone, or I'll pretend I'm indifferent, or I'll try to sound cool. What could I write? Ayan. Dito ako sa I'll reply in a friend tune. Ayan, hello Mr. Dimple! Ngayon lang nakapasyal. Shout out to all from Mr. Dimple. Ayan, thank you so much Mr. Dimple. And from Mr. Dimple 123, shout out Ging. Ayan, thank you so much. And shout out to you ng bonggang-bongga Mr. Dimple. And from Mr. Dimple 123, shout out Maria. Ayan, from Mr. Dimple again, shout out Host Mond. Ayan, shout out dyan ng bonggang-bongga sa inyo guys. Thank you so much. Hello, di Mr. Dimple 123. Ayan, from Maya Channel. Shout out, Mr. Dimple. Kumusta? Ayan, musta ka na dyan, Mr. Dimple from Maya Channel. Ayan, Mr. Dimple, ano ba yung zodiac sign mo? At babasahin ko. Ayan, dito na ako sa love story of Hollywood love story. Ayan, from Mr. Dimple 1 to 3, okay lang naman. Ayan, thank you so much dyan. At magiging okay tayo, yan. Ayan. Ayan, dito na ako, magbabasa ako ng Mr. Dimple, ano ba yung zodiac sign mo? At babasahin ko dito. Line shoutout to you, Sisi Maya Channel and Mr. Dimple sa pagpunta ng aking live ngayon. Ayan, magbabasa ako ng ano ba yung zodiac sign mo, Mr. Dimple? Babasahan kita sa zodiac sign mo. Ayan. Ayan, shoutout sa tatlong nandyan. Mr. Dimple, ano yung zodiac sign mo? Sagittarius, zodiac Ging. Okay, Sagittarius. Ito, babasahan kita. At saka sa'yo, Sisi Maria. Kasi after this, magbabasa ako ng love story ng from Hollywood na love story. I-continuous ko lang nung sa binabasa ko. Dito muna ako, Sagittarius. Ayan. Sagittarius. Maganda yung Sagittarius ngayon Ayan, ito. Today is September 26. So, sabi dito ng sabi ng dito ng bolang crystal, ang Sagittarius daw is everybody wants to get to know you. Ayan. Mr. Dimple, na-miss ko kayo, from Mr. Dimple. Ayan. Sabi dito, Mr. Dimple, everybody wants to get to know you, despite your popularity. It's your open and likable personality that's appealing. Ayan. Kasi ano ka daw? Kasi ma-appeal, and syempre likable personality. Talagang syempre maraming maraming nagkakagusto sa personality mo, at saka syempre ando na yung ma-appeal ka daw. Ayan, consequently, sinsya na hindi ako marunong mag-translate sa Tagalog. Yeah. Sorry. Pero ito muna kasi alam ko naman na intindihan mo to. Ito yung Sagittarius. Everybody wants to get to know you despite your popularity. It's your open and likable personality that's appealing. Consequently, you find it easy to approach people you don't even know and strike up a conversation. Giving them the feeling they're important to you is what makes you approachable and fun. Wow, maganda pala yung kay Mr. Dimple. Talagang tumugma sa life mo. Sa today's na na tumugma sa iyo, sa personality mo, Mr. Dimple. Ayan, from Maya Channel. Ayan, miss you din, Mr. Dimple from Mario Channel. Ayan, si Maria, yung ano mo, yung zodiac sign mo. Ano nga ba yun? Nakalimutan ko. Aba, maganda yun nagugustuhan ako ng mga bakla dito. Talaga ba, Mr. Dimple? Ayan, kasi ngayon, ito yung sabi ng bolang crystal dito. Ito yung ano mo, yung for today's, ayan, tumumpak ba sa'yo? Ayan, talaga namang tumpak na tumpak sa personality mo, Mr. Dimple, sa zodiac sign mo. Kasi everybody wants to get to know you. Ayan, despite your popularity. Ayan. It's your open and likable personality that's appealing. Consequently, you find it easy to approach people you don't even know and strike up a conversation. Giving them the feeling they're important to you is what makes you approachable and fun. Ayan, approachable ka naman pala eh. Yan. Dahil sa approachable and fun ka din, hindi ka boring pakisamahan, talagang ano ka talaga. Nakikisabay ka talaga, Mr. Dimple. Kasi ano ka din, approachable and fun din. Ayan. Baklang arabo na customer namin, ha, ha, ha. Ayan. Maraming nagkakagusto sa'yo dyan, Mr. Dimple. Tumumpak sa'yo yung ano mo ngayon. Ayan, from Sisi Maria. Ayan, Sisi Maria, ano ba yung ano mo? Yung zodiac sign mo at mabasa ko. Nakalimutan ko, Sisi Maria. Yung ano mo, yung zodiac sign. Ayan. Ayan, whitey-whitey lang from Sisi Maya. Sisi, ano ba yung ano mo, zodiac sign mo? At pabasa ko dito. Ay, hindi ko pala nabasa yung sa akin. Babasahin ko muna yung sa akin, Pisces. Yan, ito na ang Pisces. September 26. You're captivating a pale springs. Ayan. You're captivating a pale springs from a feeling. Ayan, Mark the Knife. Hey from New York. Ayan, thank you so much. Hey from New York from Mark the Knife. Ayan, thank you so much. Mark the Knife sa ano ba 'yun? Thank you so much for supporting my live now. Thank you so much, Mark the Knife. And I will reading now for the zodiac sign. If you just drop your just message, just um write the message there. Ayan, wala ata zodiac sign. Wala ata zodiac si Maya eh, ha. Mayroon siya, Mr. Dimple, mayroon siyang zodiac sign pero nakalimutan ko nung pagbabasa. Pagbabasa ko noon, nakalimutan ko. Ayan, Mac the Knife. It's almost midnight here. Okay, Mac the Knife. Ayan, thank you so much. So, I think that you're sleepy now, or thank you so much for supporting my live now, Mac the Knife. And Mac the Knife, what's your zodiac sign? So I read your zodiac sign, and after this, I will reading the from Hollywood love stories. Mac the Knife. I'm very interesting this love stories from Hollywood. Ayan. Meron yan si Mario Channel ng kanyang zodiac sign. Nakalimutan ko lang nun. Pero ayan. Ayan, dito yung Pisces. Babasahin ko muna yung sa akin. It's Pisces. Ano ba yung sa akin? Ayan, ito. You're captivating a pale springs from a feeling depth within. Enabling, enabling you to empathize with your friends. Ang ganda pala ng Pisces, parang tumumpak din sa akin. Ayan. Your captivating appeal springs from a feeling depth within, enabling you to empathize with your friends and deal with them in a calm and considerate way. This approach inevitably strengthens the bonds and connection you have with the people you care about most. If you're perceptive, a turn of events is likely to be good for your prospects and the future. Ayan, ang ganda pala dito ng ano ko. Ang ganda-ganda dito ng Pisces. Parang tumampak din sa akin. Ayan, your captivating appeal springs from a feeling deep within, enabling you to empathize with your friends and deal with them in a calm and considerate way. This approach inevitably strengthens the bonds and connections you have with the people you care about most. If you're perceptive, a turn of events is likely to be good for your prospect and the future. Yan, maganda pala dito. Ayan, Mark the Knife. It's almost midnight here. Ayan, from Mark the Knife. Ayan, thank you so much, Mark the Knife. I hope that you enjoy my live now. Ayan, let's go to the, dito na ako sa The Love Stories from the Hollywood. Ayan, dito na ako. Ayan, what could I write? Sabi ng, dito, sabi niya, what could I write from the player, sabi niya. So, I'll reply in a friendly tune. Ayan, dito na ako. Ayan. But there's no need for you to apologize. Everything's fine, really. Ayan, from the player. Dito na ako. From the player again. See you next class on Monday, player. Ayan, sabi ng friend niya. Ayan, I was trying to read a book for the next 2 hours. Ayan. Then the second is, and was checking my phone every 5 minutes. Ayan. Just in case Lucas would send something again. Ayan. Then, but he didn't. Ayan. Player, I knew I shouldn't have replied. From the player again. Although, to be honest, what could he reply to that? To that. Ayan, from the player. From the player again, I didn't ask him anything. Ayan, from the player. At that moment, my phone screen lit up. Ayan. From the player again, and I heard a notification sound. From the player, oh my God, that's Lucas. Ayan, sabi niya. Kasi, talagang love niya dito si Lucas eh. Kasi, crush niya. Tapos parang love niya na dito si Lucas. Ayan, from J. Mark Osabal. Kain po tayo, host. Ayan, sige J. Mark. Kain ka lang po dyan ng mabuti at magpakabusog ka, J. Mark. Kasi kumain ka lang kanina ng bread sa breakfast mo. Ayan. Ayan, ito na si Lucas. Kasi kinontinue ko to nung last, nung nagla-live ako. Sabi ni Lucas, I'm glad to know that. See you on Monday. Ayan, sabi dito ni Lucas. Ayan, Mr. Dimple 123. Kinig lang ako dito, gang. Ayan, thank you so much, Mr. Dimple. Kasi yung binabasa ko dito is, shout out to host Mondragon.ph. Ayan, from Mr. Dimple 123. Ayan. Tapos sabi dito ni Lucas, I'm glad to know that. See you on Monday. Ayan, sabi dito ni Lucas. Kay reply niya kay yung player natin. Kasi yung player natin is talagang nai-inlove siya dito kay Lucas. Ayan. Ayan, from the player. He even added a winking smiley. Ayan. Nag-smiley talaga dito si Lucas sa kanya. My gosh. Abangan natin kung ano to. Ayan. Tapos sabi dito ng player, I only need to hold until the end of the weekend. From the player. Ayan. From the player again, and I'll see him again on Monday. Ayan. Siyempre, makikita niya ulit si Lucas by Monday. Ayan, by Monday makikita niya. Tapos, I lay down and fell asleep feeling happy. Ayan, feeling happy yung ano natin dito. Yung player, feeling happy siya. Tapos ito na. Ayan. Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng love story. I like this much. Ayan. The following day, I came to the theater and found John alone in the hall. Ayan, sabi ng player natin. From the player, hey, where have you been all day long? Ayan, sabi ng player. Sabi ng player again, why weren't you in school? Ayan, tinatanong niya. Tapos sagot ni John dito is, hey player, I fell asleep and I simply. Ayan, sabi ng player. Sabi ni John, sagot niya kay sa player natin. Ayan. Tapos sabi naman ni John, thought it was stupid to come only for the last class. Ayan, sabi ni John. From the player, he spoke to me in a strained voice. Ayan. Ayan, tapos from the player again, that doesn't look like him. Ayan, from the player, is everything alright? Ayan, sabi ng player. From John, why are you asking? Ayan. Sabi naman ni, nagtatanong dito si John, why are you asking? Tapos, yung isagot dito is, I'm worried about you. Ayan, dito ako itatouch. Yan from the player. Why did you vanish into the blue this weekend? Ayan, from the player. From John, I was busy. From John. From the player, well, you could have at least shoot a text. Ayan, from the player. Sabi naman ni John dito, I wasn't in the mood for company. Ayan, sabi ni John. Tapos sabi ng player, why did something happen? Sabi ng player natin. From John, yes and no. Ayan, sabi ni John dito. Ayan, from the player, oh, has some girl annoyed you? Ayan, from the player. From John, what girl? Ayan, what girl? Sabi ng player, well, Maria has this theory. Ayan, sabi ng player natin. Maria has this theory, sabi niya. Tapos sabi naman ng player again, that you spent the weekend with a girl. Ayan, sabi ng player. Tapos sabi naman ni John dito, I didn't. But it's so nice of her to think I'm some Casanova. Ayan, from John. From the player, both of us were confused. Cause she didn't hear from you. Ayan, sabi ng player. Over the weekend and you didn't call her to play Rami from the player. Sabi ng player again, and then you couldn't you in the school today? Yan. From John, I needed to be alone so that's why I didn't talk to anybody. Ayan, sabi ni John. Tapos sabi ng player, something really bad must have happened. Ayan, from the player. From the player again, I can feel you're hiding something. Yan. Yan, parang na-feel na ng player natin dito na yan, nag-hide yan. This isn't you. You never want to be alone. Ayan, from the player. Tapos sabi niya dito, please tell me what's going on. Ayan. From John, alright, do you really wanna know? Ayan, from John. From the player, yes, honestly. Ayan. From John, then let's have a drink after the class. I'll tell you then. Ayan, from John. Tapos, sabi ng player, sure. Ayan, sabi niya dito. From Maria. Sabi dito, Maria came at that moment, so we went in together. Ayan, sabi ng dito. Tapos sabi niya dito, John sat next to us that time. Ayan. Tapos sabi dito ng player, what's going on his head? Sabi ng player. Tapos sabi ng player naman is, I'm really worried. I've known him almost my entire life. Ayan. From the player again. And he's never been this cold, a love and the stand. Ayan. From the player again. Ang ganda-ganda dito. It's talagang gusto ko to na babasahin. Kasi from Hollywood drama. From Hollywood, talaga na love story to eh. Ayan, I noticed there were significantly fewer people in the amphitheater than the last time. Only about a dozen of us were there. That confused me. At that moment, we heard Loca's voice coming from behind the curtains. Ayan, from Locas, hi all. Ayan, sabi ni Locas dito. Tapos sabi naman ni um, Locas, I see that a lot of you gave up after the first time class. Ayan, sabi dito ni Locas. Sabi naman ni Locas, for that, I suppose we're to thank player. Ayan, nagta-thank dito si Locas kay player. Ayan. Kasi parang nahalata na dito ni Locas na parang na-inlove sa kanya yung player natin dito. Ayan. Tapos parang crush niya naman din yung player natin eh. Ayan, from Locas. And her running away from the amphitheater. Ayan, sabi ni Locas. His words gave me the shivers. Ayan, shivers ba to? Locas noticed my freaked out look and winked at me. Ayan. Which was soothing. Which was soothing. Ayan. Locas, of course, I'm only kidding. That was expected from Locas. From Locas, I was also a high school senior once, I remember. Ayan, from the Locas. From Locas again, how much I hated extra activities. Ayan, sabi ni Locas. And Locas again, that's why I wanted to congratulate you because you stayed. Ayan, sabi ni Locas. You've made the right decision and I'll do my best. Ayan, sabi ni Locas. From Locas again, not to give you a single reason to doubt yourself. Ayan, yourselves. Ayan, from sabi dito, he went off stage and gave each of us a piece of paper. Ayan. Tapos while he was distributing them, he explained to us that it was a send from an unknown play. Ayan. And that we were to try act it out. Ayan. From Maria, oh, this is exciting, isn't it? Ayan, sabi ni Maria. Tapos sabi dito, oh, this is exciting, isn't it? Ayan, isn't it? Siyempre yung sagot dito is, it is. Ito. Itatouch ko to dito. Ayan. Sabi ng player, I suppose it is. My heart's beating like crazy. Ayan, sabi dito ng player. In love talaga siya eh. Ayan. Tapos, from Maria, you and your stage fright. Relax, player. This isn't Broadway. Ayan, sabi dito ni Maria sa ating player. From John, ha ha ha, just promise us you won't cry no matter what happens. Ayan, sabi ni John. From player, I won't, I promise. Sabi ni ng player natin. Kasi dati, yung player natin dito, umiiyak siya kasi akala niya pinagtitripan siya ni Lucas. Na umiiyak siya kasi nung nag-aano siya, parang umaawit siya, tapos yung awit niya, parang nag-aano lang eh, yung player natin, parang nagtutula lang siya kasi nga hindi siya maganda yung kaya marami yung mga audience na tumatawa pero parang inano ni Lucas na si yung player natin is pwede pa lang siyang maging comedians kasi maraming natutuwa at tinatawanan siya ng mga tao. Sabi niya, oh really, you do a good job because ang lahat ng tao doon na nasa theater ay sumasaya. Tinatawanan siya, pero ini-expect niya na inaano siya kaya umiiyak yung player natin. Ayan, dito na tayo. Tapos sabi ng player natin, I want a promise. Sabi niya, I want, hindi na daw siya, promise niya daw na hindi na daw siya, I think iiyak siguro. Kasi dun dati, iiyak siya nun eh, sa yung player natin. Tapos, dito na. Lucas then called our names in groups of 3. Ayan. Nag-ano na dito si Lucas. Nag-call na ng mga names na Tapos ginigroups niya into 3. Yan. And asked us to go on stage and read the lines. And asked us to go on stage and read the lines. Ayan. Ito na si Lucas. Tapos, I was observing the first group who was doing that. Ayan, I was observing the first group who was doing that. Ayan, nag-o-observe na dito si Lucas sa mga groups kasi ginagroups niya into 3 groups. Tapos ayan, ina-observe niya na yung mga groups dito. Ayan. And what Lucas was telling them, John was looking at this Facebook profile and on his phone and was chatting with somebody. Ayan, from Lucas. Maria, John and player, get ready, you're next. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas dito. Sinasabihan niya dito si Maria, si John, at saka yung player. Ayan na mag-get ready din daw kasi sila na yung next. Ayan. From John, hey, player, what's the play about? Ayan, sabi, tinatanong ni John yung player natin, tinatanong niya na. Sabi na, hey player, what's the play about? Sabi niya dito. Tapos, ayan, sabi dito is, you haven't read the script? Ayan, or if you'd been following. Ayan, dito ako sa you haven't read the script. Ayan, dito. Player, you haven't read the script. Yan, sabi niya, player. From John, nope, I had something more important to do. Hihihi. Ayan, from John. From player, and you now want me to retell the whole scene in only 2 minutes? Ayan, sabi niya ng player. From John, come on, be as nice as you're cute. Ayan, sabi ni John. From player, no need to try to charm me. I tell you, even without that. Yan, sabi ni player. Sabi niya, no need to try to charm me. I'll tell you, even without that. Yan, sabi niya, player. From player, well, here it is. In the scene, 2 boys and a girl are talking about a movie. Ayan, sabi ng player. Tapos sabi naman ng player, which they just saw, which they just saw, ayan. Sabi ng ni John, and then, sabi ni John, from player, in short, that's it. They have different views about the movie. Yan sabi ng player. And they sort of fight about the effects it has on the audience, sabi ng player. From the player again, the group before us finished and that moment. Ayan, sabi dito. And Lucas called our names. Ayan, si Lucas, tinatawag na ang kanilang mga names. Sabi ng Lucas, come on, it's your turn. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. And the next, ayan, shoutout dyan sa inyo. Shoutout dyan ang bonggang-bongga. At thank you so much sa pakikinig dito ng love story from Hollywood. Ayan. And shoutout dyan ang bonggang-bongga sa dalawang nandyan. Ayan, from Lucas. Okay, here's the thing. Ayan. Sabi dito ni Lucas, since the characters in the scene are 2 guys and a girl. Sabi dito ni Lucas. Kasi binabasa ko to, tapos nagpag-isipan ko na pwede kaya to i-share ko sa live. Kasi binabasa ko pag break time ko, pag wala akong binabasa ko to kasi talagang nagagandahan ko to. At saka gusto ko naman din i-share sa inyo kung gusto nyo, di ba? Kasi pag wala akong magawa, binabasa ko to. Ayan. Kaya napag-isipan ko na i-share na lang dito sa aking live. Ayan, from Lucas. Since the characters in the scene are 2 guys and a girl, from Lucas. Ayan. 2 guys and 2 girls, sabi ni Lucas. You'll be playing reverse role. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. Parang si Lucas dito, parang siya yung director dito eh. Ayan. From Lucas, Maria and player, you two will be Larry and Michael. Yan sabi ni Lucas. From Lucas, and you, John, will be Dorothy. Ayan. Tapos sabi naman dito ni John, I'm gonna be Dorothy. Sabi ni John. The guys and girls in the audience started. Ayan. Giggling at that John's reactions. Ayan. From Lucas, yes, I believe it's only fear. Because otherwise, I'd have to. Ayan, kasi dalawa pala eh. Kasi sa Lucas, tsaka si John. Tapos, yung player, babae. At saka, yung player natin is girl din siya. Ayan, from Lucas, sacrifice one of them for the male rule. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. This way, all three of you will be stepping out of your gender comfort zone. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. At saka sabi niya dito, and will be playing roles of the opposite sex. Ay, talaga, parang pinagpalit sila eh. Parang si, dito, si Maya at saka si yung player natin is sila yung lalaki. Tapos, tsaka si Lucas dito at saka si John, sila na yung babae. Parang pinagpalit ganun. Tapos, don't forget that up till the 17th century, all the roles and theaters, sabi ni Lucas, were played only by men, sabi niya. From John, chill out man, I was only joking. Ayan, from John. Of course, I'll be Dorothy. Tapos sabi dito, John turned to Maria and me. With a big smile on his face, he spoke to us theatrically. Ayan. Forcing a female pose. Ayan. From John. Guys, it's me, Dorothy. Sabi ni John. Baka hindi na sila makilala dito eh. Kasi parang face nila, parang yung face nila, parang, di ba yung face ng lalaki, tapos, parang ginagawang girl, at saka hindi na dito makilala kung sino ba yung girl na yan, si John ba yun, or si Lucas. Ganun eh. Ang saya. Tapos from the player, that guy can be so silly, sabi ng player. Tapos sabi naman dito, he wanted his reaction to seem as if he had something against Lucas. Yan sabi ng player. Tapos sabi niya dito, while in fact, he just wanted to make a joke. Ayan, sabi ng player. We started saying our lines. Ayan, sabi dito. But Lucas interrupted us only after a few sentences. Ayan. From Lucas, player, can you get a little more into Michael's character? Ayan. From player, can you get a little more into Michael's character? Ayan yung player natin, yung dinadala niya is yung kay Michael's na character. Ayan. From, dito isasabi ko is, but how? Ayan. From player, what do you mean? Sabi ng player. Lucas, well, I didn't intend you to simply read your lines with clear diction. Sabi dito ni Lucas. From Lucas, I want you to convince everybody present that you're that masculine guy. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. Who didn't like the movie at all? Yan, sabi ni Lucas. From player, didn't I do it? Sabi niyang player. From Lucas, you didn't convince me. Let's see what's the audience thinks. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. Guys, did she convince you? From Lucas. Guys and girls in the audience yelled back. Ayan. Sabi, no, be a guy. We want Michael. Ayan, sabi ng mga audience. Gusto nila daw si Michael. Si Michael na guy. Gusto nila yung personality ni Michael. Ayan, dito na tayo. From player, I can hardly believe how loud they protested. Ayan, sabi ng player. And I thought I did good. Ayan, sabi ng player. From Lucas, there you go. You've heard them. So, now please be more masculine. From Lucas. From Lucas again. And cheekily, Because that's the character of the guy you're playing, sabi ni Lucas. From the player, alright, how do I do that? Sabi niya ng player. How do I do that? Kung paano niya yun gawin. Ayan, from Lucas. Look at Maria's body language while she's playing Harry. Ayan, ang ganda dito ni Maya. Kasi siya yung, gumaganap na bilang Larry. Ayan. From Lucas, Maria, please demonstrate. Ayan, ipapademonstrate dito ni Lucas kay Maria kasi nagawa ni Maria yung pinapagawa sa kanya bilang Larry. Ayan. Of course, Maria did always been a great actress and an imitator. Ayan, magaling naman pala dito si Maria kasi great actress na siya pala. I never doubted she'd outshine me. Yan, sabi dito. Maria, dude, I can't believe you didn't like the movie. It's unbelievable, sabi ni Maria. From Maria, I could go see it again in 5 minutes. Ayan. From Maria, and talk about it for the next 2 days. Ayan. From Maria, enough. Ayan. From player, man, she's really good. From Lucas, did you see that? Sabi ni Lucas. From player, I did. Ayan. After us, 2 more groups acted the same scene. Ayan. And then Lucas informed us the class was over and said we were to have class every Monday and Friday from then on. Ayan, sabi ni Lucas. Unless he needed to travel somewhere. Just when we were getting ready to leave. Ayan, from Lorna and Telisa Tamsak. Ayan, thank you so much, Lorna and Telisa sa Tamsak dyan. Lucas came to me and spoke in a soft voice. From Lucas, player, could you please stay a little more? From Lucas, I'd like to talk to you about something. From Lucas, I'd like to talk to you about something. I'm sorry I can't. Of course I can. Okay. Of course I can. From player. But first, I just have to tell Maria and Jen to go home without me. Yan sabi niya, player. From Lucas, sure, I'll be waiting for you here. Ayan, from Lucas. I went to Jen in the hall and explained that Lucas had asked me to stay for another drama class and that we'd have to postpone our thing for the day after. He said it was alright, but I didn't need a lie detector. To realize he wasn't very pleased with the turn of events, I said my goodbyes to Maria and John and went back to the amphitheater. Ayan. Ayan, ito na. Nagpo-post na tayo dito. Ano kaya yung next? Ayan, back in the amphitheater, I found Lucas sitting on the edge of the stage. He invited me to sit next to him, which I did. Ayan. From Lucas, I'm glad you've stayed. From Lucas again, I hope you didn't have to change any important plans because of me. From player, I was supposed to go for a drink with John, but it wasn't a big deal, so I postponed it. From player, Lucas, that means your friend will now hate me even more, ha ha ha. From Lucas. From player, oh, he won't. Don't worry about it, he's good. Ayan. From player, but he's just a little impulsive sometimes. From player. From Lucas, I'd say he's overprotective when it comes to you. From Lucas. From player, sometimes he can be. From player, I guess it's cause we've been friends all our lives. From Lucas, hasn't it occurred to you it could also mean something else? From player, I don't get it. In what sense? Ayan. From Locas, well, in the sense that he's, let's say, in love with you. From Locas, ayan, no way, maybe. Ayan, maybe. You know, I suspected that too. From the player. But I made sure that wasn't the case. From Locas, how can you be sure about that? From player, cause I've known him since childhood. Ayan. From Locas, alright, if you say so. From Locas, anyway, player, I wanted to talk to you about something else. Ayan. From player, about what? What about? Ayan. From Locas, I told you I didn't want you to ever feel sad because of me. From Locas, I'm trying to read you to get to know your limits. Ayan, sabi ni Locas. From Locas again, but you aren't very talkative. You're not making it easy for me. From Locas. Ayan, from the player, I'm sorry, occasionally Maria'd say in a joke. From player, that I'm sometimes an antisocial pessimist. Maybe she is right. Ayan, from Locus, ha ha ha, that's nonsense. From Locus, I simply think you're cautious. From Locus, which doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. From Locus, however, that can limit you on various occasions. From however that you can limit on various occasions. I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. I disagree. I disagree. Ayan, thank you so much. And shoutout dyan sa mga nanonood dyan. Shoutout ng bonggang-bongga sa inyo. Masta na kayo dyan. Ayan, excuse. Ayan. From player. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. From player. I feel like I'm drowning. From player, I'm afraid of making a mistake which I'll regret. From player, I don't want to disappoint my loved ones. Ayan. From Locus, nobody will be disappointed in you. If you take a rest every once in a while, even if that means, from Locus, making a wrong decisions. Ayan. From Locus, you'll learn the biggest lessons from situation like that. From Locus, from player. I know you're right, but the fear is paralyzing. From Locus, player, you can't always be perfect. It's okay to relax. Ayan. From the player, I guess I can try. From Locus, okay then, see you on Friday. Thanks for having the time for me. From Locus. From player, you're welcome. It was my pleasure. See you on Friday then. Ayan, from the player. I went home and thought about our talk until I feel asleep. Ayan, thank you so much. Nagstay dyan. Ayan. Basta na ba kayo dyan now? Ayan, dito na tayo sa part 3. Part 3. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? At kaya mong saktan ng tulad ko? Sino nga ba siya giniwan mo? Ayan, ito na tayo. Sandali lang guys, because it's so very hot here. so much. Ayan, dito na ako. Ayan, ayan. And shout out dyan. Sa 1 million viewers ko na dyan. Sana nga ba siya sa puso mo? Kaya magsaktan ang tulad ko. Sana nga ba siya talagang mahal mo siya. Hahayaan mo na ayan. Thank you so much sa dalawang nandyan. Ayan. Dito na tayo sa next, chapter 3 na tayo sa chapter 3 na tayo. Hayaan mo na mamaalam. Kung talagang mahal mo siya ay hahayaan mo. Hahayaan mo na mamaalam. Yan, thank you so much sa dalawang nandyan. Ayan, maraming salamat sa inyo dyan. Ayan, dito na ako sa dito na tayo. Chapter 3. Ayan, shoutout sa dalawang nandyan. Thank you so much. Are you ready to try out new pleasure? Of course. Friends with... Oh my gosh. What's this? Me... Talagang mahal mo siya. Yan, when jealousy kicks in. A few weeks later, Friday. Last few weeks were peaceful for me. John showed signs of getting back to normal, although he was still acting odd from time to time. Nothing important was happening around Locust. During the classes, we were acting and practicing a play, and he didn't pay much attention to me, which really frustrated me. There, just when I thought we started bonding, player, he started acting professionally from player, and he now treats me like he treats everybody else. From player, was it my fault? From player, maybe the fact that he liked me was just a thought in my head. Yeah, and from the player. At that moment, mom came to my room to bring me pancakes, which she just made from mom. Honey, take something sweet. Have some while they're still warm. Yan, from her mom. Honey, ayan, I'm not hungry. And ayan, sabi na dito, I'm not hungry. From the player, thanks, but I'm not hungry. Ayan, from the player. Ayan, naglalag tayo. I had to do something nice for her. Player, Mom, I'd like you to get back from work earlier tomorrow. From player, so we could spend some time together on your birthday. From mom, player, you remembered? Ayan, from her mom. Of course, I remembered. I'll make a cake. I want you to get some rest. From mom, you don't need to bother. I'll make it. Ayan, from player, no, I insist on doing it. Ayan, from player, that's going to be your birthday present from me. From mom, alright, if you insist. From her mom, would it be okay if I invited a new friends? Ayan. From her mom, or would you like it better if it was just the two of us? From player, sure, you can invite them. I'll make a big cake. Ayan. Mom hugged me tightly and then left the room. From player, she deserves something special. From the player, and that's why do my best to make her. From player, the most beautiful and the most tasteful cake. From player, I'll text Maria and have her come over if she isn't too busy. From the player, so we'd find a recipe for the cake online. From the player, she really knows her way around desserts. Ayan, from the player. Ayan, thank you so much sa inyong pakikinig dyan. Kung talagang mahal mo siya, ay hahayaan mo. Hahayaan mo na mamaalam. Na 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 na. Nothing but a heartache. Tell me why, and nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I want to hear you say I want it that way. Oh my gosh. Ayan, shoutout dyan ang bonggang-bongga. Maya came to me half an hour later, right on time as always. Ayan. From Maria, hey, how's it going? From Maria. From player, Maria, I'm glad you're here. From player, I need your help. Yan. From Maria, well, it's mom's birthday tomorrow and I'd like to make her a cake. Ayan. From player, but I have no recipes. From Maria, oh, don't worry, we'll find one online. From Maria, for a cake which is both delicious and easy to make. From player, that's why I called you. From player, I knew you were the right person for the job. Ayan. We were surfing the net searching for the recipe when Maria got a text. I wanted to know who she was chatting with. She would always tell me herself.
But now she was exchanging texts for an hour without a word about it. Clear. Should I ask her who she is chatting with? Ayan. Ayan. Who have you been chatting with for the past hour? Complain. Maria. Oh, it's one of my cousins. Nothing important. From Maria. I'm sorry I lost focus. Maria. I'll wrap up now. From player. For some reason, I don't believe she's really chatting with a cousin. From player. Is Maria chatting with some guy then? From player. And why would she hide it? From the player. From Maria, does your mom like chocolate or fruit cake? From Maria. And from the player, fruit cakes, for sure, it would be the best. Yan, sabi ng player. From the player again, if we found a recipe that includes raspberries, yan. From player, as that's her favorite fruit. Ayan, from the player. And from Maria, okay, we'll find such a recipe then. Yan. From, soon Maria left her phone on the bed. Came to the laptop on the desk. Ayan, from, si Maria too. And started searching for the recipes on the net. As soon as she started, she got another text. Player, I have an ideal opportunity to glance at it. Player, and find out who that mysterious person is from the player. But that will be an invasion of privacy. From player, should I glance at it? Ayan, from the player. Ayan, I will. Ayan. I took her phone as if I wanted to pass it to her and pressed the button to unlock the screen. I became paralyzed for a moment. Ayan. The notification on the screen displayed the text was from Lucas. Maria turned around and saw I was beside myself, with her phone in my hand. Maria, player, what you're doing? From player, I wanted to pass the phone to you. Cause you got a text and I must have pressed some button accidentally from the player. Maria, are you chatting with Locas? Ayan, shoutout dyan sa tatlong nandyan. Maraming salamat. And of course, Maria, hey, it's not what you think. From Maria. From the player, I can't believe you're chatting with him. Ayan. From the player again, although you know I like him. From Maria, player, please don't jump to conclusion. Ayan, from Maria. I'm telling you, it's not what you think to trust me on that. From Maria. From the player, what is it then? Enlighten me. From the player. Maria, well, you know, my grandpa is ill. Ayan, sabi ni Maria. Sabi ng player, yes, I do. What does he have to do with Locas? Ayan, from the player. From Maria, I'm going to Madrid with mom. Ayan, sabi ni Maria. So, I texted Locas today to let him know I wouldn't be able to act in the play. Ayan. Ayan, hindi makapunta si Maria sa play. From player, oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I reacted like that. From player, I was blinded by jealousy. I was blinded by jealousy from the player. From Maria, I get it, but I'm also surprised. From Maria, that you doubted me at all. Yan, from player, I know it was really stupid. From player, but why didn't you tell me you were chatting with him? From Maria, I felt bad because she was the first one I told about the trip. From Maria, player, don't worry, I understand. From player, and I think you did the right thing. From, we found a recipe and Maria went home. So both of us could get ready for the drama class that evening. Ayan. So, ayan, from Star Maker. Ayan, thank you so much. Thank you so much sa tatlong nandyan. Musta na kayo, guys? Ayan, dito na tayo. After I stepped inside the amphitheater, yan, dito na sila sa amphitheater. I saw Maria and Jan and went over to join them. From player, hey guys, what's up? From player. From Maria, nothing much. We just came here too. From Maria. From Jan, we were waiting for you so we can sit down now. Sabi ni Jan. At that moment, Lucas came on stage. Lucas, my dear actresses and actors, I have exciting news for you. From Lucas. In 2 months, we're having the premiere of the play. From player, just that son? Yan. From player, how can we be ready to perform it smoothly by then? Ayan, sabi ng player. Maria, Lucas, are you sure we'll have enough time? From Maria. For practice to be able to perform it as we should. From Maria. From Lucas, don't worry, Maria. From Lucas. I'm sure you'll be great. From Lucas. But it's true we'll have to work hard till then. From Lucas. So let's get down to business right away. From Lucas. From the player. Lucas didn't say anything about Maria's potential leave. From the player. He probably knows she can do it right. From the player. From the player. Even if she misses a few rehearsals, we spent the rest of the class practicing our parts. Lucas gave Maria the leading role, which didn't surprise me because she was really the best in our group. I was her sister Alice and John was our evil neighbor. Ayan, who was causing us trouble all the time. Although John wasn't like that in real life. He was acting really good, and I could notice he was really enjoying it at times. The rest of the group were playing either our family or friends, and we really blended in nicely on stage. Lucas, thank you. All of you were great. From Lucas, I'll give you the other part of the script next time. Ayan, hello Sisi Maria. Thank you so much. Ayan, thank you Sisi Maria channel. From Lucas, and now you're free to go. Say you from Lucas. Then, from the player, the end of each class hits me hard every time. From player. From player, I wish I could stay loose to Lucas 24/7. From player. Even if he wouldn't give me a single look. John, player, you seem to be lost in thoughts. Player, you seem to be lost in thoughts. Ayan, I'm serious about acting. Ayan, I'm thinking about the premiere. Ayan. I'm thinking about the premiere of the play. From the player. I've never performed publicly before. From the play. So I feel anxious in advance. Ayan, thank you so much, Sisi Maria. And from John, don't worry, I'll help you overcome that. From John. From player, I'm afraid it's hopeless, John. From the player. From John, hey, I won't let you talk about yourself like that. From John. I know how capable you are and I'll do my best. From John. To help you get completely ready for your first step performance. From Maria, actually, I think that's a great idea. From Maria, if anybody has any experience of public performance. From Maria, and doesn't feel anxious during it, it's you, John. From player, well, it wouldn't hurt to try. Thanks, John. Yan. From John, you don't need to thank me. You know I'm always there for you. From Maria, what's are your plans for the weekend? Yan. From player, I have nothing special in my mind. Why? From Maria, no reason. I didn't plan anything either. So I was thinking the three of us could hang out. John, what about you? From John, sure. I'll have time for friends, of course. From John, I wanted to listen to some records. From John, which I've come by recently. I'm working on a completely different type of song. From John, I want everything to be perfect. Player, oh, what's it about? From John, I still can't say anything. So far, it's only an idea I'm trying to develop. From Mario, sounds exciting, whatever it is. From player, I totally agree, John. Promise me I'll be the first to hear it. From player, you know I love your music. From John, I promise. John gave me a shy smile. That confused me. I'd known him my whole life and never saw him shy, and I never saw him shy. From the that song really has to be special for him. Ayan. From the player, since he acted like that. From Maria, anyway, there's a new club in town. Have you heard of it? John, yes, I have. What's it's called? Maria, oh yeah, club. Player, I haven't what's it like? From Maria, I haven't been there, but we'd like it from what I've heard. From Maria, do you want to go there tomorrow evening? Yan. And from Jen, definitely. Ayan, definitely. From John, definitely. From Maria, what about you, player? Player, I want to, but it's my mom's birthday. Ayan. Player, sure, we're celebrating my mom's birthday tomorrow. So I could come after that. From Maria, great. Wish her a happy birthday on behalf of us. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Kaya mo saktan ang tulad. Ayan, Saturday evening. I explained the situation to my mom and she encouraged me to go to the party. Anyway, I made her a cake. And since two of her friends came over, I felt a little less guilty for leaving her at home. I was looking around the club at really seemed awesome. Ayan, music was great and it was full of young people who were dancing. From player, guys, this place look amazing. Maria, it really does. The atmosphere here is impressive. Ayan, from Maria. From Jen, finally, a club like this is in our town. From John, it reminds me of a club in LA. From John, with a slight difference that the girls in LA had less clothes on. Ha ha ha. From John. From player John. From John, what? It's a fact. From Maria, let's find a free table and order drinks. We found one which was in an excellent position. It wasn't too exposed for everybody to see, but the whole club was in view from there. Maria, John, could you please go? From Maria, and order us drinks. From Janet at all. What will you have? What will you have? Player, just soda for me. Maria, any juice they have? From John, I'll be right back. As soon as John left, Maria turned towards me and started talking about the play. From Maria, you know I didn't think I'd enjoy acting. From Maria, but I really am. Maria, do you like it? Do you like it? I like it too. Clear. I like it too. It feels good to be a completely different person for a few hours a week and not thinking about the future, although you know it yourself. That one of the main reasons for enjoying all that is that I can see Lucas twice a week. From Maria, that's just too cute. From player, yeah right, only have you noticed. From player, how he changed his behavior towards me. From Maria, what do you mean? Player, he somehow doesn't pay attention to me anymore. From Maria, maybe that's scam trick of his so that he can finally relax. From Maria, if that's what it is, it's clearly working on. Yan, from Maya, you've been more relaxed during classes lately. From there, could be. Jen was back with our drinks. We were dancing and laughing for a while. We were really enjoying the club so much. Maria headed for the bar for a glass of water and came back clearly excited, panting for breath. Yeah. She pulled me aside to tell me something. From Maria, player, I just meet Lucas. From player, Lucas, what's he doing here? From Maria, I don't know. It seems he's here with a friend. From Maria, although I saw him standing alone at the bar. From player, oh well, he has every right to party, right? Maria, but player, that's not at all. He asked for you. Player, me. Maria, yes, he told me he wanted to talk to you. Player, what about? I don't have a clue. I think he's still at the bar. From Maria, go see him now. Ayan. Naantok na ako. Ayan, shoutout dyan ang bonggang-bongga sa inyo. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Ayan, there were many people in the club. Just when I started looking for Lucas, Jen found me. Jen, play your dance with me. From Jen, play dance with me. Sure, but one song only. Sure, but one song only. Jen, why only one? I don't get it. Player, I don't have time for more. There's something I need to do. From Jen, we're at the party. What's there to do besides dancing? Ayan. Player, I have to find Lucas. Jen, what Lucas? Firstly, what makes you think he's here? From Jen, and secondly, what do you need him for? Player, Maria told me he was here and he was looking for me. From player, to talk about something. Jen, why would he talk to you at the party? I don't know. It's probably has something to do with the play. Jen, I'll come with you. Ayan, why would you come for me for heaven's sake? I feel so much hungry. And hello guys. Kain muna tayo. Baka nagutom na din kayo dyan. It's break time now. Break time LS. So stay here on this. I was just ayan from Jan just in case. Jen, don't be annoying. There's no reason for you to go with me. From Jan. Oh, but there's yes. Player, no, there isn't. There isn't, and I won't lead you to it. Yan. What was he thinking? I don't need protection from Lucas. Especially not his, that was so annoying. It's closed now. I need to eat. I have a stomach ache right now. So, dito lang muna tayo sa videong ito. I need to eat right now. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? At kaya magsaktan ng puso. Yeah, I'm just staying, just staying. Yan. Kayo lang muna dyan, guys. Ayan. Kakain muna ako. Ayan. Kakain muna ako sa inyo. Master Dimple and Lorna Intellectual and of course to Maria Channel. Ayan. Thank you ng bonggang-bongga sa inyo dyan. Sino nga ba siya sa puso? Hello. Yan, thank you so much to Chris Pasaylo. Thank you so much for coming to my live now. Musta ka na, Chris Pasaylo? Hello, guwapa from Jackie Boy na here. Ayan, thank you so much, Chris Pasaylo. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Ayan, musta na ngayon si Jackie Boy na ngayon? Chris Pasaylo. Musta na ba si Jackie Boy na Tamsak guwapa. Ayan, thank you so much, Chris Pasaylo. Ayan. Regards lang ko pala sa lahat ng Team Fanatics. Ayan, thank you so much to Chris Pasaylo. Ayan, Chris Pasaylo, what is Jackie Bernafi here, guwapa, hihi. Ikaw pala yan, Jackie Bernafi. Yun yung yun yung mo ngayon, Jack. Yan yung, mo ba, yung ninja mo. Ayan. Hello, Jackie, miss you, Jack. Musta yung school mo, Jack? Ngayon, wala ba kayong class ngayon? Sim tayo, Jack. Wala ka bang class ngayon? Ayan. Ayan, musta yung school mo ngayon, Jack? Ano gawa mo, Guaps? Ayan, nag-aano lang ako, no class. Nag-aano din ako hindi din ako nakapag-live ngayon lang ako nakapag-live ulit kasi busy din sa school. Kasi by October ata, hindi ko alam kung mag-o-online class na kami. Kasi ngayon, busy pa doon, parang may inaano pa kami sa school parang may mini-meet up, ganun. Pero hindi pa totally class talaga. Hindi pa siya totally, kasi parang mag-o-online kami yata. Meron lang exam, asynchronous exam week, guwapa. Ganun ba yon, Jack? Ano mo ba to, Jack? Ninja mo to si Chris Pasaylo? Ayan. Ayan, prelim week, guwapa, start na kami. Talaga, grabe, start na kayo. Mas una pa kayo sa amin, kami hindi pa. Hindi pa kami yes, guwapa, ninja ko, hahaha. Ayan, thank you so much, Jackie Boy na Chris Pasaylo, thank you. Talagang miss ko na talaga yung Marlatan Fanatics. Miss ko na sila. Kaya lang may mga work tayo pareho. May mga work tayo, kaya lang di tayo nung Monday pa nag-start preliminary namin, guwapa. Wow, grabe, nag-prelim na kayo. Kami kahit wala pa kaming prelim Wala pa talaga nag-start kaya lang may inaasikaso lang kami muna sa school. So, I think by October pa kami mag-start ng talagang online class na talaga. Yan, Jack. Ayan, buti pa kayo. Kami, hindi pa talaga kasi kami. Wala pa. Ayan. Hello, Jackie. Mas maganda naman pala sa inyo kasi nakapag-banding na kayo ng mga kaklas nyo. Ayan. Miss ko na talaga kayo, guys. From Marlatan Fanatics. Ayan, thank you so much sa inyo dyan. Ayan, magdikitan lang kayo dyan, guys. Ayan, shoutout dyan sa 4 na nandyan. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Jack, musta na yung mo, Jack? Malaki na ba yung WH mo, Jack? Ang WH mo, malaki na ba? Kami prelim na. Wow! Galing naman. Prelim na kayo. Kami hindi pa talaga, Jack. Hindi pa talaga kami Kasi yung mayor namin dito sa amin, talagang nag-aano pa rin siya about sa COVID. Yung ganun.
Kaya by October siguro, mag-start kami ng online class namin. Online class na dito na lang sa bahay. August 24 kami nag-start online class through New LEMS. Neo LMS. Wow, galing naman. August 24. Kami nung August 24 wala pa. Parang nagpo-process pa din kami until now. Nagpo-process pa din kami, Jack. Ayan. Thank you so much, Jackie Boy na P. Ayan, may 5 na tayong nandyan. Comment lang kayo dyan, guys. At magdikitan. Ayan, si Chris Pasilo, ninja yan ni Jackie Boy na P. Ayan, thank you so much. Jack, kasi yung nasa isip ko, hindi class. Yung WH. Alam na ba ngayon yung WH mo, Jack? Haha, wala ko pake sa WH gapa, di ako focus sa YT, haha. Oo nga, oo, Jack, no. Dapat hindi natin i-focus yung YT kasi, ano naman yung YT parang pang ano-ano lang, hindi talaga yung ganon. Ayan, dapat focus muna tayo sa school kasi after ng school, Jack, ito na lang ba? 1 year na lang ba? At magtatapos ka na din ba, Jack? Magtatapos ka na din ba? Anong year ka na ngayon, Jack? Oo nga, no, walang paki dapat sa WH kasi parang ano lang naman. Pero ikaw kasi, Jack, bago ka pa kasi nag-start ng YT kaya okay lang yan sa'yo. Pero ano kasi, totoo ba yun na pagka 2021, 5K WH na and 10K subs? Ayan, from synchronous class via Google Meet. Asynchronous class via Neo LMS. Ganun ba yun sa inyo, Jack? Ganun ba yun sa inyo? May ganun din kami dati nung may ganun kami na sa Google Classrooms. Ayan, meron kami niyan, Jack, yung via Google Classroom, pero hindi pa kami nakapag-start until now kasi yung mayor mo na yung inaasi kung ano ng mayor, kung pwede na ba, yan, magsa-start na kami next year, tapos naku, gwapa, wow! Pareho tayo, Jack, next year din. Pareho tayo pala ng year. Oo, next year. Anong course mo, Jack? Anong course mo yan? Next year, tapos naku, gwap. Mahirap mangisda ngayon, lagi naglalagas. Ganun ba, Jack? Oo, mahirap talaga. Lagi talagang nilalagas ni Lolo, Whitey. Kasi strict na siya ngayon. Kaya kung galing ka sa isang paangat program, inaano niya talaga, nilalagas niya. Nilalagas talaga ni Lolo Whitey. Pag galing ka sa paangat program, mahirap na talaga, Jack. Maraming din nagsasabi niyan sa akin na mga din. Mga nagpapaano pa sila ng banana nila. Nahirap talaga nga, Jack. Ayan, Jack. Ano pang course mo? Ano bang course mo ngayon, Jack? Wow, same pala tayo, Jackie. Next year, mag-graduate. Sana nga, mag-graduate. Sa Google Meet sa amin, gwapa, pag synchronous yung live class namin. Yun ba yun? Sa amin, hindi pa. IT, gwapa, hahaha. Wow, congratulations. BSIT ba yun? Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. Ganun ba yun?
IT? Ganun ba yung IT? Ayan, na-miss ko na din kayo, Jack. Nag-ALS ka din ba, Jack? Siguro nakafocus ka ngayon sa school mo. Ayan, congratulations sa atin, Jackie. Sana makagraduate tayo. Ikaw, totoong graduate ka na eh, kasi talagang, sineryoso mo talaga yung pagsa-school mo. Ako, seryoso naman ako sa pagsa-school ko, pero nung talagang na-addict ako sa YT, parang napabayaan. Ayan, nila Jackie. Dito na lang ELS, hahaha. Ayan, Jackie, bigyan kita ng... Jack, sa susunod, mag-ano ako, Jack, mag, ah, sa StreamYard ako. Akyat ka, Jack, ha? Di ako seryoso sa YT, haha. Oo, ako dati parang na-addict ako. Yan, buti ka na ng Jack Pro. Ako dati kasi seryoso. Yung dati, yung pag-start ko ng YT, parang na-addict ako sa YT at saka sa TikTok. Pero talagang i-try ko yung best ko pag mag-start na yung class namin. Kasi nagpupunta din naman ako sa school namin kasi aasikaso lang ng enrollment at saka yung mga ano namin sa subject. Mula nang mag-start ang class, mas priority ko ang class. Oo nga, Jack, tama yun. Mas priority talaga yung class. Tama talaga siya. Kasi 1 year na lang, 'di ba? Magtatapos na din. Private? Oo, nasa private ka pala, Jack. Nag-school ngayon. Okay. Oo, nagsa-start na ngayon eh. Ayan, thank you so much dyan, Jackie. Ayan, buti ka na. Kasi baka una yung graduation niya kaysa sa amin, Jack. Mauna ka mag-graduate. Kasi kami hindi pa na, nagpupunta lang ako sa school for talagang nag-aasikaso lang ako ng mga dapat gagawin namin sa school. Jack. Sige, dyan ka lang muna, Jack, ha. Nakapag-lunch ka na ba, Jack? Nakapag-lunch ka na ba ngayon? Ako hindi pa. Ayan, thank you so much, ha. Walang thumbs up po dyan. Nakapag-start ka na ba ngayon, Jack? Thank you so much, Jackie. Napaka-supportive talaga ni Jackie. Thank you. Ayan, musta na pala ngayon, Jack, si Jan Chavez. Lagi ba siya nag-ALS ngayon? Jack. Ayan, thank you so much. Sandali lang muna. I eat something.
Ayan, thank you so much. Ayan, kasi kumakain pa ako. Nakapagtapos na ba kayo kumain? Nakapagtapos na ba kayo kumain, guys? Ayan, thank you so much. Maraming salamat sa tatlong nandyan. Kakain muna ako. Dikit-dikit lang kayo muna dyan, guys. Thank you. Hello, tsaka kay Barnaby. Maraming salamat sa inyo dyan. Musta na ba kayo? Ako kakatapos ko lang kumain. Ayan, shoutout dyan ng bonggang-bongga. Ayan. Thank you so much sa pagsistay dyan. Musta na kayo dyan, guys? Thank you so much sa pabidyo-bidyo nyo dyan. It's 1:25 p.m. now. Musta na ba kayo? Tapos na ba kayong kumain ng lunch nyo? Ayan.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
What happened of this? Bluetooth ba kaya to? Ayan, shoutout dyan sa inyo. Ayan, maraming salamat sa nagpa-BG-BG dyan. Let's proceed to the dito ako magtuturo ako na ngayon ng Hokkien Chinese language for my live streaming. Kasi wala tayong magagawa na ngayon eh. Para malibang lang tayo. Ayan, ito na lang pala guys. May babasahin ako dito. Gusto kong i-share sa inyo to. Yung book na to is In the Days of the Comet by H.G. Wells. A watermelon classic. Ayan. Ito na guys. Ayan, nag-message sa akin yung TikTok compilation. Ito na. In the days of the comet, the end of the world, or a new beginning. Yan. At first,
The comet, the comet was just a tiny speck in the sky. People scarcely noticed it among the countless other specks, but swiftly, without a sound, the comet grew, inevitably brighter than the brightest star. As people continued their lives on Earth, the comet came closer, grew bigger, filled the sky, until finally one day a curtain of gray mist closed down upon the world, and the Earth ceased to be for a time. H. G. Wells wrote the science fiction thriller In the Days of the Comet in 1906. It is as timely and thought-provoking today as when it first was published. Ayan. And then the next page is, ayan, ito na, the next page. The title is In the Days of the Comet. It's G. Wells, a watermill classic. Ayan, dito na tayo sa first page. Ayan. Ayan, the man who wrote in the tower. Ayan. I saw a gray-haired man, a figure of hale age, sitting at a desk and writing. He seemed to be in a room in a tower, where high so that through the tall window on his left one perceived only distances, a remote horizon of sea, a headland, and that vague haze and glitter in the sunset that many miles away marks a setting. All the appointment, all the appointments of this room were orderly and beautiful, and in some subtitle quality in this small different and that new to me and strange. There were enough fashion I could name, and the simple costume the man wore suggested neither period nor country. Ah, oo, tama. It might, I thought, be the happy future or utopia or the land of simple dreams and errant mote of memory. Henry James, a phrase and story of the great good place, twinkled across my mind and passed and left no light. The man I saw wrote with a thing like a fountain pen, a modern touch that prohibited any historical retrospection and has the finish each sheet. Writing in an easy flowing hand, he added into a growing pile upon a peaceful little table under the window. His last done sheets lay loose, partly covering others that were clipped together into fossils. Yeah, the next page is here. Clearly, he was unaware of my presence. I stood waiting until his pen should come to a pause. Old as he certainly was, he wrote with a steady hand. I discovered that I I discovered that a concave speculum hung slantingly high over his head. A movement in this caught my attention sharply, and I looked up to see. Distorted and made fantastic, but bright and beautifully colored. The magnified, reflected, evasive rendering of a palace, of a terrace, of the vista of a great roadway with many people exaggerated, 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 impossible looking because of the curvature of the mirror going to and fro. I turned my head quickly that I might see more clearly through the window behind me. But it was too high for me to survey this mirror scene directly, and after a momentary pause, I came back to the starting mirror again. But now he But now the writer was leaning back in his chair. He put down his pen and sighed a half resentful sigh. Ah, you work, you know how you gratify and tire me of a man who has been writing to his satisfaction. But is this place? I asked, and who are you? He looked around with a quick movement of surprise. What is this place? Yan. I repeated, and where am I? Yan. He regarded me steadfastly for a moment under his wrinkled brows, and then his expression softened to a smile. He pointed to a chair beside the table. I am writing, he said, about this, about the change. I saw then it was a very comfortable chair and well placed under the light. If you would like to read, um, he said. I indicated the manuscript. This explains, I asked. That explains, he answered. He drew a fresh sheet of paper toward him as he looked at me. I glanced for him about his apartment and back to the little table. A fossil marked very distinctly. I caught my attention and I took it up. I smiled in his friendly eyes. Very well, said I, suddenly at my ease, and he nodded and went on writing, and in a mood between confidence and curiosity, I began to read. This is the story that happy, active-looking old man in that pleasant place had written. Yeah, let's go to the next page. Yan, ito na. I have set myself to write the story of the great change. So far as it has affected my own life and the lives of one or two people closely connected with me, primarily to please myself. Long ago, in my crude and happy youth, I conceived the desire of writing a book to scribble secretly and dream of authorship was one of my chief alleviations, and I read with sympathetic envy every scrap I could get about the world of literature and the lives of literary people. It is something even amidst this present happiness. To find leisure and opportunity to take up partially realize these old and hopeless dreams, but that alone, in a world where so much of vivid and increasing interest present itself to be that. Even by an old man would not, I think, suffice to set me on this desk. Ayan. Yan. Yan, ito sabi niya. Would I think suffice to set me at desk. I find some such recapitulation of my past as this will involve. It's become necessary to my own secure mental continuity. The passage of years brings a man at last to retrospection. At 72, one's youth is far more important than it was at 40. And I am out of touch with my youth. The old life seems so cut off from the new, so alien and so unreasonable, while at times I found it bordering. Upon the incredible, the data have gone, the buildings and places I stopped dead the other afternoon in my walk across the moor, where once the small outskirts of Swathingley straggled towards the left, and asked, was it here ended? And I crouched among the weeds and refused and broken crockery and loaded my revolver reader for murder. Did ever such a thing happen in my life? Was such a mode and thought that intention ever possible to me? Rather, has not some clear nightmare spirit out of 3 months late should the memory enter the records of my vanished life? Yan. There must be many alive still who have the same per- perpec- perplexities, and I think too that those who are now growing to take our places in the great enterprise of mankind will need many such narratives as mine of even the most partial conception of the old world of shadows that came before our day. It chances too that my case is fairly typical of the change. I was caught midway in a gust of passion, and a curious accident put me for a time in the very nucleus of the new order. Yeah, memory takes me back across the interval of 50 years to a little ill-lit room with a sash window open to a starry sky, and instantly there returns to me the characteristic smell of the room, the penetrating odor of an ill-trimmed lamp, burning cheap paraffin lighting by electricity had then been perfected with 15 years, but still the larger portion of the world used these lamps. All this first scene will go in my mind at least, so that olfactory accompaniment that was the evening smell of the room by day it had a more subtle aroma, a closeness, a peculiar sort of faint pungency that I associate, I know not why, with dust. Let me describe this room to you in detail. It was perhaps 8 feet by 7 area and rather higher than either of these dimensions. The ceiling was of plaster, cracked and bulging in places gray with the soot of the lamp, and in one place discolored by a system of yellow and olive green stains caused by the percolations of damp from above the walls. Ayan, thank you so much. Ayan, for the next page. Ayan. Were covered with tan-colored paper upon which had been printed in oblique reiteration a crimson shape, something of the nature of a curly ostrich feather, and an acanthus flower that had in its less faded moments a sort of dingy gaiety. There were several big plaster rimmed ones in this cause of by Parload's ineffectual attempts to get nails into the wall, whereby there might hang pictures. One nail had hit between 2 bricks and got home, and from his depended, stained a little insecurely by frayed and knotted blind cord. Parload's hanging bookshelves, plants painted over with a treacly blue enamel and further decorated by a fringe of pink American cloth insecurely fixed by tacks. Below this was a little table that behaved with a smallish vindictiveness to any knee that was thrust beneath it suddenly. It was covered with a cloth whose pattern of red and black had been rendered less monotonous by the accident of Parload's versatile ink bottle and on it and on it. Ayan. Yan, maraming salamat sa nagsistay dyan. Thank you so much all guys. Parang naaantok ako nagbabasa ako tapos naaantok talaga si Akech. Ayan. Sandali lang. Mas maganda kasi pag sandali lang guys, I go to there. Right now. Thanks.
Ayan, maraming maraming salamat. It's 1:44 p.m. in the afternoon now. Ayan. Let's continue in the days of the comet. Kaya na siguro ako guys. Sa page appliances of his toilet. Dishwash handstand had been made of deal by someone with an excess of trinity appliances and hurry, who had tried to distract attention from the rough economies of his workmanship by an arresting ornamentation of bulbs upon the joints and leaves. Apparently, the piece had then been placed in the hands of some person of infinite leisure equipped with a pot of accurate paint, varnish, and a set of flexible combs. This person had first painted the article, then I fancy smeared it with varnish, and then sat down to work with the combs to streak and comb the varnish into a word limitation of the grain of some nightmare timber. The washhand stand Sue made had evidently had a prolonged career of violent use, had been chipped, kicked, splintered, punched, stained, scorched, hammered, desiccated, dumped, and defiled, had meat ended with almost every possible adventure except a conflagration or a scrubbing, until at last it had come to this high refuge of parloads. Attic to sustain the simple requirements of parloads. Personal cleanliness. There were in each chef a basin and a jug of water and a slab pail of clean, and further a paste of yellow soap in a tray, a toothbrush, a set-tailed shaving brush, one hokaback towel, and one of two other minor articles. In those days, only very prosperous people had more than such an equipage, and it is to be remarked that every drop of water parload used had to be carried by an unfortunate servant girl. The slavey parload called her up from the basement of the top of the next page is here a house, and subsequently down again. Already we began to forget how modern an invasion his personal cleanliness. It is a fact that Parload had never stripped for a swim in his life, never had a simultaneous spot all over his body since his childhood. Not one in a 50 of us did it in the days of which I am telling you. A chest also singularly grand and strict of two large and two small drawers held parloads receive of garments and pigs on the door, carried his two hats, and completed his inventory of a bed-sitting room as I knew it before the change, but I had forgotten there was also a chair with a squab. The apologized inadequately for the defects of its cane set. I forgot that for the moment because I was sitting on the chair, and the occasion in the best begins this story. I have described Parload's room with such particularity because it will help you to understand the case in which my earlier chapters are written. But you must not imagine that this singular equipment or the smell of the lamp engaged my attention at that time to be the slightest degree. I took all this grimy and pleasantness as if it were the most natural and proper setting for existence imaginable. It was the world as I knew it. My mind was entirely occupied then by the graver and intenser matters, and it is only now in the distant retrospect
that I see these details of environment as being remarkable, as significant as indeed obviously the outward visible manifestation of the old world disorder in our hearts. Pilot stood at the open window, opera glass in hand, and sought and found out and was certain about and lost again the new comment. I took the comment no more than a nuisance then because I wanted to talk of other matters, but Pilot was full of it. My head was shut. I was feverish with interlacing annoyances and bitterness. I wanted to open my heart too. At least I wanted to relieve my heart by some romantic rendering of my troubles, and I gave but little heed to that things behold me. It was the first time I had heard of this new speck among the countless specks of heaven, and I did not care if I never heard of the thing again. We were two youths, much of an age together. Pilot was 2 and 28 months older than I. He was, I think, his proper definition was engrossing clerk to a little solicitor in Overcastle, while I was third in the office staff of Rawdon's, Pot, Bank and Clayton. We had met first in the Parliament of the Young Men's Questions Association of Swathingley. We had found we attended simultaneous classes in Overcastle, he and Science and I in shorthand, and had started a practice of walking home together. And so our friendship came into being. Swathingley, Clayton, and Overcastle were contiguous towns. I should mention in the great industrial area of the towns. I should mention in the great industrial area of the Midlands. We had shared each other's secret of religious doubt. We had confided to one another a common interest in socialism. He had come twice to supper at my mother's on a Sunday night, and I was free of his apartment. He was then a tall, flaxen-haired gawky youth with a disproportionate development of neck and chest, and capable of vast enthusiasm. And then he gave 2 evenings a week of the evening classes of the organized science school in Overcastle. Physiography was his favorite subject, and through his inside use, opening of his mind, a wonder of outer space had come to take possession of his soul. He had commandeered an old opera glass from his uncle who farmed at Lit over an old opera glass from his uncle who farmed at Lit over the moors. He had bought a cheap paper Planish Fair and Whitaker's Almanac, and for a time day and moonlight were mere blank interruptions to the one satisfactory reality in his life. Stargazing, it was the depths that had seized him, the immensities and the mysterious possibilities might float and let it that and plumbed a vase. With infinite labor and the help of a very precise article in the heavens, a letter. Ayan. From the next page now. Monthly magazine that catered for those who were under these obsessions. He had at, he had at last got this opera glass upon the new visitor to our system from outer space. He gazed in a sort of rapture upon that quivering little smudge of light among the shining pinpoints, and gazed. My troubles had to wait for him. Wonderful. He sighed and then asked, though his first emphasis did not satisfy him. Wonderful. He turned to me. Wouldn't you like to see? Yeah. I had to look and then I had to listen how this discourse a visible intruder was to be. was presently to be one of the largest comets this world had ever seen, how that its course must bring it within at most so many score of millions of miles from the earth, a mere step. Pilot seemed to think that how that spectroscope was already sounding its chemical secrets, perplexed by the unprecedented bond in the grain, how it was even now being photographed in the very act of unwinding in an unusual direction, a sunward tail which presently it wound up again, and all the while in a sort of undertow was I was thinking first of Nita Stewart and the letter she had just written me, and then of old Rodon's detestable face as I had seen it that afternoon. Now I planned answer to Snetty and now belated repartees to my employer. And then again, Nettie was blazing all across the background of my thoughts. Nettie's dwarf was daughter of the head gardener of the rich Mr. Verrall's widow, and she and I had kissed and become sweethearts before we were 18 years old. My mother and hers were second cousins and old school fellows, and though my mother and had been widowed untimely by a train accident and had been reduced to living lodgings, she was the Clayton Curate's landlady. A position stamp was the uh, stamp much lower than that of Mrs. Stewart. A kindly costume of occasional visit to the garden's cottage at Shell's Towers still kept the friends in touch. Commonly, I went with her, and I remember it was in the dusk of one bright evening in July. One of those long golden evenings that, too, not so much gave way tonight as admit at last, upon courtesy, the moon and a choice retinue of the stars that Nettie and I and the pond of goldfish, where the yew bordered walks converged mid our shy beginner's vow. I remember still something will always stir in me at that memory, the tremulous emotion of that adventure. Nettie was dressed in white, her hair went off in waves of soft darkness from above her dark shining eyes. There was a little necklace of pearls about her sweetly modeled neck, and a little coin of gold that nestled in her throat. I kissed her half reluctant lips, and for the 3 years of my life thereafter, I almost think for all the rest of her life and mine, I could have died for her sake. You must understand, and every year it becomes increasingly difficult to understand how entirely different the world was then from what it is now. I was a dark world. It was full of preventable, preventable diseases and preventable pain of harshness and stupid and premeditated cruelties, but yet it may be even by virtue of the general darkness there were moments of a rare and evanescent beauty that seemed no longer possible in my experience. The great change has summed forevermore. Happiness and beauty are our utmost for there is peace and earth and goodwill to all men. None would dare to dream of returning to the source of the former time, and yet that misery was burst ever and again. Its grey curtain was tabbled through and through by joys of an intensity, by perceptions of a keenness that it seems to me are now altogether gone out of life. Is that the change? I wonder that has robbed us life of its extremes, or is it perhaps only this, that youth has left me, even the strength of middle years leaves me now, and taken at despairs and raptures, leaving me judgment, perhaps sympathy, memories. I cannot tell. One would need to be young now and to have been young then as well to decide that impossible problem. Perhaps a cool observer, even in the old days, would have found little beauty in our grouping. I have our two. And the next page. Photographs at hand in this bureau as I write, and they show me a jockey youth in ill-fitting ready-made clothing, and dead. Ned is badly dressed, and her attitude is more than a little stiff. But I can see her through the picture, and her living brightness and something of that misery of charm she had for me comes back again to my mind. Her face has triumphed over the photographer, or I would long ago have cast this picture away. The reality of beauty yields itself to no words. I wish that I had the sister art and could draw in my margin something that escaped descriptions. There was a sort of gravity in her eyes. There was something, a matter of minutes, made a test difference about her upper lip so that her mouth closed sweetly and broke very sweet to a smile. That grave, sweet smile. After we had kissed and decided not to tell our parents for a while of the irrevocable choice we had made, the time came for us to part, shyly and before others, and I and my mother went off back across the moonlit park. The bracken tickets rustling with started deer to the railway station and Chick's Shell and so to our dingy basement in Clayton. And I saw no more of Nettie except that I saw her in my thoughts for nearly a year, but at our next meeting it was decided that we must correspond, and this we did with much elaboration of secrecy. For Nettie would have no one at home, not even her only sister, know of her attachment, so I had to send my previous documents sealed and undercover by way of a confidential school fellow. And of hers who lived near London, I could write that address down now, though house and street and subserve have gone beyond any man's tracing. Yan! Our correspondence began our estrangement because of the first time we came into more than sensuous contact and our minds sought expression. Now you must understand that the world of thought in those days was in the strangest condition. It was choked with absolute inadequate formulate. It was tortuous to a maze like. They grew with a secondary contrivances and adaptations, suppressions, convictions, and subterfuge based images fall the truth on every man's lips. I was brought up by my mother in a quaint, old-fashioned, narrow faith in certain religious formulae, certain rules of conduct, certain conceptions of social and political orders that had more relevance to the realities and needs of everyday contemporary life than if they were clean linen and had been put away with a lavender in a drawer. And that her religion did actually smell of lavender on Sundays. She put away all the things of reality, the garments and even the furnishings of everyday, had her hands that very gnarled and sometimes chopped with scrubbing and black, carefully mended gloves and assumed her old black silk dress and bonnet and toque and naturally clean and sweet also to church. There we sang and bowed and heard sonorous prayers and joined in sonorous responses and rose with a congregational sigh refreshed and relieved with a doxology with its opening. Now to God the Father, God the Son, but at that same brief sermon there was a hill in that religion of my mother's, a red-haired hill of curly flames that had once been very terrible. There was a devil who was also ex officio the British king enemy and much denunciation of the wicked lust of the flesh. We were expected to believe that most of our poor and unhappy world was to atone for its muddle and trouble her by suffering exquisite torments of every afterworld without end. Amen. But ended those curly flames look rather jolly. The whole thing had been mellowed and faded into a gentle and reality long before of time. If it had much terror even in my childhood, I give forgotten it. It was not so terrible as the giant who was killed by the beanstalk, and I see it all now as a setting for my poor old mother's worn and grimy face, and almost lovely as a part of her. And Mr. Gabetas, our plump little lodger, strangely transformed in his vestments and lifting his voice manfully to the quality of those Elizabethan prayers. Sam, I think to give her a special and peculiar interest. Ayan, thank you so much sa tatlong nandyan sa pag-stay ng aking live. I feel so sleepy right now after reading this. So, I read this now, the next page. With God. She radiated her own tremulous gentleness upon him and redeemed him from all the implications of vindictive theologians. She was in truth, and I but perceive it, the effectual answer to all she would have taught me. So I see it now, but there is something harsh in the earnest intensity of youth, and having at first taken all these things quite seriously, the fury, hell, and God's vindictiveness at any neglect, as though they were as much as matter of fact as Bladden's ironworks and rodent pot punk. I presently, with an equal seriousness, flung them out of my mind again. Mr. Gabetta, you see, did something as the phrase man went take notice of me. He had induced me to go on reading after I left school and with the best intentions in the world, and to anticipate the poison of the times he had lent me barbarous skepticism answered and drawn my attentions to the library on the Institute in Clayton. The excellent Barbel was a great shock to me. It seemed clear from his answers to the skeptic that the case for doctrinal orthodoxy and all that faded and by no means awful thereafter, which I had hitherto accepted as I accepted the sun, was an extremely poor one. Of the Hammer Home, that idea, the first book I got from the Institute happened to be an American edition of the collected works of Shelley. His gauzy prose as well as his atmospheric verse. I was soon ripe for blatant unbelief, and at the Young Men's Questions Association I presently made the acquaintance of Barlow, who told me, under premises of the most sinister secrecy, that he was a socialist out and out. He lent me several copies of a periodical with the clement title of the Clarion, which was just taking up a crusade against the accepted religion. The adolescent years of any fairly intelligent youth lie open, and will always lie healthily open, to the contagion of philosophical doubts, of scorns and new ideas, and I will confess I had a fever of that face bodily. Doubt, I see, but it was not so much doubt, which is a complex thing, as I started empat, empat, emphatic denial. Have I believed this? And I was. Also, you must remember just beginning love letters to Net. We live now in these days when the great change has been in most things accomplished in a time when everyone is being educated to a sort of intellectual gentleness, a gentleness that abates nothing from our vigor. And it is hard to understand the stifled and struggling manner in which my generation of common young men did its thinking. Think at all about certain question was an act of rebellion that set one oscillating between the furtive and defiant, people began to find Shelley, for all his melody noisy and ill conditions now because his anarchy have vanished. Yet there was a time when novel thought had to go to that tune of breaking glass. It becomes a little difficult to imagine the yeasty state of mind, the disposition to shout and say, yeah, and constituted authority to sustain a persistent note of provocation such as Wero youngsters displayed. I began to read with avidity such writing as Carlyle, Browning, and Heine have left for the perplexity of posterity, and not only to read and admire but to imitate. My letters to Nettie after one or two genuinely intended displays of forbid, perfervid, and tenderness broke out toward theology, sociology, and the cosmos and triggered and startling expressions. No doubt they puzzled her extremely. I retain the, the keenest sympathy and something inexplicably near to envy for my own departed youth. But I should find it difficult to maintain my case against anyone who would condemn me altogether as having been a very silly, posturing, emotional haberdasher, ended and quite like my faded photograph. And when I try to recall that exactly must have been the quality and tenor of my more sustained efforts to write memorable to my sweetheart, I confess I shiver, yet I wish they were not all destroyed. Her letters to me were simple enough, written in a roundish and firm hand and badly face. Her first two or three showed a shy pleasure in the use of the word dear, and I remember being first puzzled and then. Uh, it's 2:11 now. When I understood lightly because she had written Welly as sure as Thor under my name as Thor, I gathered meant darling, but when the evidences of my fermentation began, her answers were less happy. I felt very were with a story of how we quarreled in our silly youthful way, and how I went the next Sunday all and invented two chick shell and made it worse, and how afterward I wrote a letter that she thought was lovely. And Bennett the mother nor will I tell of that our subsequent fluctuations of misunderstanding. All this I was the offender and the final penitent and until this last trouble that was now beginning, and in between we had some tender near moments, and I love her very greatly. There was this misfortunate in the business that in the darkness and alone I thought with great intensity of her eyes, of her touch, of her sweet and delightful presence. But when I sat down to write, I thought of Shelley and Burns and myself and other such irrelevant matters. When one is in love in the fermenting way, it is harder to make love than it is when one does not love at all. And as for Nettie, she loved, I know not me, but those gentle mistress, it was not my voice should rouse her dreams to passion. So our letters continued to jar. They suddenly she wrote me one doubting whether she could ever care for anyone who was a socialist and did not believe in church. And then, hard upon it came another note with unexpected novelties of phrasing. She thought we were not suited to each other. We differed so in tastes and ideas. She had long thought of releasing me from our engagement. In fact, though I really did not apprehend it fully at the first shock, I was dismissed. Her letter had reached me when I came home after all Rodon's none too severe refusal to raise my wages. On this particular evening of which I write, therefore I was in a state of feverish adjustment to two new and amazing, two nearly overwhelming facts that I was neither indispensable to Nathan or Rodons, and the talk of comments where did I stand? It's 2:14 in the afternoon. Okay, the next page. Yes. That made Parload put down the opera glass and look at me. It is bad time to change just now, he said after a little pause. Rodden had said as much in a less agreeable tone, but with Parload I felt always a disposition to the heroic note. I'm tired, I said, of humdrum drudgery for other men. One of mine as well starve one body's out of a place as to starve one soul in one. I don't know about it altogether, began Parload slowly. And with that began one of our interminable conversions, one of those long wandering, intensively generalizing, diffusely the personal talks that will be clear to the hearts of intelligent youths until the world comes to an end. The challenge has not abolished that anyhow. It would be an incredible feat of memory for me now to recall all that meandering haze of words. Indeed, I recall scarcely any of it, though its circumstances and atmosphere stand out a sharp, clear picture in my mind. Ah, hello everyone! Shoutout ng bonggang-bongga dyan sa inyo. Musta na kayo dyan? It's 2:16 in the afternoon right now. So, yung eyes ko is so much so tired right now. I feel so sleepy. Ayan. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Kaya mong saktan ang tuwing ko. Ayan. Ayan. Thank you so much everyone. I just go to the CR now. Ayan, thank you so much. So, it's 2:20 now. So, dito na tayo sa I said Parlod, and the thought seemed to hang about him. It could only add to the miseries of life, he said, irrelevantly. When presently I was discoursing of other things, what would collision with a comment. It would only throw things back. It would only make what was left of life more savage than it is at presently. But why should anything be left of life? Said I. That was our style, you know, and meanwhile we walked together up the narrow street outside his lodging. Up the stepway and the lanes toward Clayton, Crest, and the high road, but my memories carry me back so effectually to those days before the change that I forget that now all these places have been altered beyond recognition, that the narrow street and the stepway and the view from Clayton Crest and indeed all the world in which I was born and bred and made had vanished clean away, uh, out of space and out of time, and will not all of the imagination of all those who are younger by a generation than I. You cannot see, as I can see, the dark empty way between the mean houses, the dark empty way lit by a blurry gas lamp at the corner. You cannot feel the hard, checkered pavement under your boots. You cannot mark the dimly lit windows here and there, and the shadows upon the ugly and often patched and creaked blinds of the people cooped within. Nor can you presently pass the beer house with its brighter gas and its queer screening windows, nor get a whiff of foul air and foul language from its door, nor see the crumpled, furtive figure some rascal child that slinks past us down the steps. We crossed the longer street up with a clumsy steam storm, vomiting smoke and sparks, made a clangorous way, and down which one saw the greasy brilliance of shop fronts and the naphtha flares of hawkers' bars drift far into the night. A hazy movement of people swayed along the road, and we heard the voice of an itinerant preacher from a waste place between the houses. You cannot see these things as I can see them, nor can you figure unless you know the pictures that great artist had has left the world, the effect of the great billboard by which we pass, lit below by a gas lamp and towering up to a sudden sharp black edge against the pallid sky. Ayan, thank you so much. It's 2:24 now. Those billboards, they were the brightest colored things in all that vanished world. Upon them, in successive layers of paste and paper, all the rough enterprises of the time joined in chromatic discord, bill vendors and preachers, theaters and charities, marvelous soaps and astonishing pickles, typewriting machines and sewing machines mingled in a sort of visualized glamour. And passing that, there was a muddy lane of cinders, a lane without a light that used at many paddles to borrow a star or so from the sky. We splashed along unheeding as we talked. Then across the allotments, a wilderness of cabbages and evil-looking sheds, past a gaunt, abandoned factory, and so to the high road. The high road ascended in a curve past a few houses and a beer house or so, and rode until all the valley in which four industrial towns lay crowded and confluent was overlooked. I will I will admit that with the twilight there came a spell of weird magnificence over all that land and brooded on it until dawn. The horrible meanness of its details was veiled and hatches they were homes, the bristling multitudes of chimneys, the ugly patch of unwilling vegetations amidst the makeshift fences of laurel, stave, and briar. The rusty scars that framed the opposite ridges with the iron ore was taken, and the barren mountains of slag from the blast furnaces were veiled. The reek and boiling smoke and dust from foundry, pot bank, and furnace, transfigured and assimilated by the night, the dust-laden atmosphere that was gray operations through the day become at sundown mystery of deep and translucent colors of blues and purples of somber and vivid reds of strange bright clearness of green and yellow earthwork. The darkling sky each upstart furnace with its monarch sun and had gone crowned itself with flames. The dark cinder heaps began to glow with the quivering fires, and each pot's banks caught rebellious in a volcanic coronet of light. The empire of the day broke into thousand feudal baronies of burning coal. The miners reached across the valley, picked themselves out with gas lamps of faint yellow that brightened and mingled at all the principal squares, and cruising with a greenish pallor of incandescent mantles and the light cold clear at the electric arc. The interlacing railways lifted bright signals boxes over their intersections, and signal stars of red and green and rectangular constellations. The trains became articulated black serpents breathing fire. Moreover, high overhead, like a thing put out of reach and near forgotten, Parload had discovered a realm that was ruled by neither sun nor furnace, the universe of stars. This was the scene of many a talk we two had held together, and if in the daytime we went right over the crest and looked with a westward, there was farmland, there were parks and great mansions, the spire of a distant cathedral, and sometimes when the weather was near raining, the crest of remote, strange of sight ended. Out beyond there was a cheek shell. I felt it there always, and in the darkness more than I deadly by day. Cheek shell and night. Ayan, it's 2:28 right now. So was cheek shell. I felt it there always, and in the darkness more than I did by day. Cheek shell and night. And us to us two youngsters, as we walked along the center path beside the rutted road and argued out our perplexities. It seemed that this ridge gave us compendiously a view of our whole world. There on the there on the one hand, in a crowded darkness about the ugly factories and workplaces, the factory herded together, ill-clothed, ill-nourished, ill-taught, badly and expensively served at every occasion in life, certain even of their insufficient livelihood from day to day. The chapels the chapels and churches and public houses swelling up amidst theirs, rich homes like sub sub-prophets amidst a general corruption, and on the other, in space freedom and dignity scarce hitting the few cottages as overcrowded as they were, picturesque, and in which the laborers festered lived. They were picturesque, and which the laborers festered lived, the landlords and masters who owned pot banks and forge and farm and mine far away. distant, beautiful, irrelevant part out of the little clusters of second-hand bookshops, ecclesiastical residences, and the inns, and also the incidentals of a decaying market town to cathedral of Gloucester pointed a beautiful and emphatic spire. Ayan, thank you so much. It's 2:30 now in the afternoon. Okay. I need to charge my phone. Dito na tayo sa lubat. Ayan. Thank you so much. Sa nandyan. Hi, musta na kayo dyan? Good afternoon sa inyong lahat at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. It's 2:35 right now in the afternoon. So, it's going to have a snack or it's snack time. It's 25 minutes. Ayan, thank you so much sa nagstay dyan. And here again, um, let's go to the sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Magbabasa ako ulit ng na page. Yay na ako. Ayan, thank you so much sa inyo dyan. It's 2:36 now. And so just wait for a minute. I just go to the and drink for water. Ayan, thank you so much. Thank you so much na nandyan. Sa apat na nandyan, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat sa inyo dyan, guys. And it's 2:39 right now. In the afternoon.
Ayan. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Gusto ko mag-lipstick ngayon. And here it is. I have something here, guys. And gusto ko mag-makeup. Yan, gusto ko mag-makeup muna. Sino nga ba siya sa puso mo? Ayan, meron na lang akong ilang oras na lang. Magtatapos ang aking live until ayan, maraming salamat sa mga nagsistay dyan. Ayan, shout out to Jacket, to Maria Channel, and of course to Lodimonjigan.ph, and also to Master Dimple 123. And shout out sa lahat na andito ngayon. Ay, nako talaga. Ang buhay is parang life. Shout out dyan sa apat na nandyan. Thank you so much sa pagpunta ng aking live for today's time now. It's 2:42 in the afternoon. So, ilang minuto na lang. It's snack time now. I hope na nagsasnack kayo for today's. And kung anong niloloto nyo ngayon, mga spaghetti for snacks. And for me, it's pancit canton. I need to pancit canton talaga. Kasi poor tayo, diba? Sana kung mahirap lang tayo, talagang spaghetti and salads yung kakainin natin for snack time. So, ang gagawin na lang natin is kain-kain lang ng noodles at saka pancit canton. Dahil ang hirap. Mahirap na masaya. Pwede ba yon? Mahirap na masaya. Yan, pwede kaya yan. Mahirap na masaya. Diba? Ayan, thank you so much. And of course, we will going to read this. The title is In the Days of the Comet. In the Days of the Comet. Yan. Here we go. Dito na ako sa, let's continue to this chapter. Dito na ako. You will consider the notations of my youth for silly violent stuff, particularly if you are of the younger generation born, since the change you will be of that opinion. Nowadays, the whole world thinks clearly. Thinks with deliberation. Bill, you said certain tests, you find it impossible to imagine how any other thinking could have been possible. Let me tell you then how you can bring yourself something like the condition of our former state. In the first, something like the condition of our former state, in the first place, you must get yourself out of health by unwise drinking and eating, and out of condition by neglecting your exercise. Then you must contrive to be worried very much and made very anxious and uncomfortable. And then you must work very hard for 4 or 5 days and 4 long hours every day at something too pretty to be interesting too.
complex to be mechanical. And without any personal significance to you whatever, this done gets straight away into a room that is not ventiled at all and that is already full of full air, and there set yourself to think out some very complicated problem. In a very little while you will find yourself in a state of intellectual metal, annoyed, impatient, snatching at the obvious presently and choosing and rejecting conclusion haphazard. Try to play chess. Yeah, try to play chess. And the next page is under such condition and you will play stupidly and lose your temper. Try to do anything that taxes the brain or temper and you will fail. Ayan. Now, the whole world before the change was as sick and feverish as that. It was worried and overworked and perplexed by problems that would not get started simply that change and envied solutions. It was in an atmosphere that had corrupted and thickened past breathing. There was not thorough, cool thinking in the world at all. And then, dito na tayo sa, sabi dito, at all. There was nothing in the mind of the world anywhere but half thoughts, nasty assumptions, hallucinations, and emotions, nothing. Yan. I know it seems incredible that already some of the younger men are beginning to doubt the greatness of the change our world has undergone. But read the newspapers of the time. Every age becomes mitigated and a little enabled in our minds as it recedes in the past, recedes into the past. It is the part of those who, like myself, have stories of the time to tell, to supply by a scrupulous spiritual realism, some antidote to that glamour. Ayan. Dito na ako sa page 4. Always with Parload. Always with Parload. It was Chief Talker. I can talk back upon myself with, I believe, an almost perfect detachment. Things have so changed that indeed now I am another being with scarce anything in common with that boastful, foolish youngster whose troubles I recall. I see him vulgarly theatrical, egotistical, and sincere and dead. I don't like him save with that instinctive material sympathy that is the fruit of incessant intimacy. Yan. Because he was myself, I may be able to feel and write understandingly about motives that will put him out of sympathy with nearly every reader, but why should I palliate or defend his quality? Always I say I did the talking, and it would have amazed me beyond measure if anyone had told me that. Ayan, shoutout to my 5 million and dyan. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig dyan. Ayan, here in the next page. Mine was not the greater intelligence in these worthy encounters. Parlod was a quiet youth and stiff and restrained in all things, with I had that supreme gift for young men and democracies, the gift of copious expression. Parlod, I diagnose in my secret heart as a trifle dull. He possessed pregnant quiet, I thought, and was obsessed by the congenial notion of scientific caution. I did not remark that while my hands were chiefly useful for gesticulation or holding a pen, Pilot's hands could do all sorts of things, and I did not think, therefore, that fibers must run from those fingers to something in his brain. Nor, though I brag perpetually of my shorthand, of my literature, of my indispensable share in Rodon's business, did Parlod lay stress on the conics and calculus he mag and organized science school. Parlod is a famous man now, a great figure in a great time. His work upon intersecting regions has broadened the intellectual horizons of mankind forever. And I, who am and best a viewer of intellectual wood, a drawer of living water, can smile, and he can smile to think how I patronized and posed and jabbered over him in the darkness of those early days. That night, I was shrill and eloquent beyond measure. Rodon was, of course, the hub upon which I went round Rodon and the Rodonesque employer and the injustice of wages slavery, and all the immediate condition of that industrial blind alley up which it seemed our lives were thrust, but but ever and again I glanced at other things. Neither was always there in the background of my mind regarding me enigmatically. It was part of Pose and Parlot that I had a romantic love affair somewhere away beyond the sphere of our intercourse. And that note gave a baronic resonance to many of the nonsensical things I produced for his an astonishment. Yan, and I will not I will not weary you with too detailed an account of the talk of a foolish youth who was also distressed and unhappy, and whose voice was bummed of the humiliations that smarted in his eyes. And then, now in many particulars I cannot disentangle this harangue, of which I tell from many of the things I may had said in other talks to Parlot. For example, I forget I forget I forget if it yan if it was then or before or afterwards that, as it were by accident, I let out that might be taken as an admission that I was addicted to drugs. Ayan, you shouldn't do that, said Parlan. Suddenly, it won't do to poison your brains with that. My brains, my eloquence, were to be very important assets to our party and the coming revolutions. But one thing does clearly belong to this particular conversations I am recalling. When I started out, it was quite settled in the back of my mind that I must not leave Rodons, myself quite out of touch with all the cogent reasons there were for sticking to my place. And I got home that night irrevocably, spirited, not to say at the fire, policy with my employer. Yan, I can't stand Jordan's much longer, I said to Parlot by way of a flourish. There's hard times coming, said Parlot. Next winter, sooner, the Americans have been overproducing and they meant to dump. The iron trade is going to have convulsions. I don't care, but banks are steady. With a corner and barracks. No, I have heard. What have you heard? Office secrets, but it's no secret there's trouble coming to Potters. Yan! There's been borrowing and speculation. The mothers don't stick to one business as they used to do. I can tell that much. Half the valley may be playing before 2 months are out. Barlow delivered himself of this unusual long speech in his moist, pithy, and weighty manner. Playing was our local euphemism for a time when there was no work and no money for a man. A time of stagnation and dreary, hungry, laughing day after day. Such interludes seemed in those days a necessary consequence of industrial organizations. You'd better stick to Rodon, said Barlow. Ayan, salamat sa pakikinig dyan. Sa pagbabasa ko dito, maraming salamat sa inyo dyan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And the next page is, Ag, said I, affecting a novel disgust. There'll be trouble, said Parlot. Who cares? Said I. Let there be trouble, no more the better, no, the more the better. The system has got to end sooner or later. These capitalists, with their speculation and corners and trust make things go from bad to worse. Why should I cower in Rodin's office like a frightened dog while hunger walks the streets? Hunger is the master revolutionary. When he comes, we ought to turn out and salute him. Anyway, I'm going to do so now. That's all very well, began Parlot. I'm tired of it, I said. I want to come to grips with all these rodents. I think perhaps if I was hungry and savage, I could talk to hungry men. There's your mother, said Parload, in his slow, judicial way. That was a difficulty. I got over it by a rhetorical turn. Why should one sacrifice for the future of the world? Why should one even sacrifice one's own future because one's mother is totally destitute of imaginations? Ayan! Hello Kuya Ransky, super chat na yan, Ging Yahoo. Anong binabasa mo dyan, Ging? Dito lang, BG lang muna, Ging. Ayan, thank you so much, Kuya Ransky, for coming to my live. Yan, ito Kuya Ransky, nagbabasa ako ng And the days of the comet. And the days of the comet. Kuya Ransky. Ayan, Kuya Ransky kanina. Natapos, binabasa ko kanina yung, yung about sa zodiac sign. Ayan, nabasa ko na yan. From Aries to Capricorn. Ayan, Capricorn. O, yan, basta na-complete ko na yan, nabasa kanina. Tapos dito na ako nagbabasa ako ng ayan. Dito na ako sa chapter 5. Ayan, salamat kay Ransky sa pa-BG-BG dyan. Thank you so much kay Ransky. Ayan, ayos, basa lang yan. Maganda sana Bible ang basahin mo, Ging. Ayan, oo, sa next Bible yung babasahin ko. May Bible kaya ako dito, Kuya Ronsky. Okay, let's go to the Bible. Ayan, Kuya Ronsky, ikaw yung mag-explain dyan, ha? Sandali lang, kukuha ko ng Bible. It's a very big Bible here. Okay, Kuya Ronsky. Ayan. Ayan, thank you so much. Ayan, from Kuya Ronsky. Ayos, basa lang yan. Maganda sana Bible ang babasahin mo, Ging. Ayan. Mukhang nanghiram ka pa, Ging, ng Bible sa kapitbahay nyo. Yahoo! From Kuya Ronsky. Hindi talagang may Bible si Mama dito. Kaya lang andun sa taas, kukunin ko pa. Sa taas ng, ano, kasi doon ba, may, ano pa kami, may yun sa taas talaga. Kuya Ronsky, just wait for a minute. Kinukuha pa ni Mama. Ayan, while naghihintay tayo ng Bible, gusto ko na din yung Bible na mabasa eh. So, magbabasa ako dito, i-continue ko to. Ayan, ito na yung napakalaki Kuya Ronsky. Titingnan mo ha. Ito Kuya Ronsky. Yung Bible. So, ano ba yung isa-start natin dito Kuya Ronsky? Ito na Kuya Ronsky. So, dito na. Wow, ayos. Ayan, sabi ni Kuya Ronsky. Ito, ano ba? Magsa-start muna tayo. Wow, ayos. Ayan, thank you so much, Kuya Ronsky. Ito na. Ito na lang babasahin ko pag mag-live ako, Kuya Ronsky. Ayan. Kaya lang, Kuya Ronsky, Ilonggo to. Ilonggo. Hindi siya English. Ayan, ito na. Sabi dito, ang panguna talaga. Sang December 16, 1974, ang Philippine Bible Society nag-imprenta ng maayong balita sa imo. Pakibasa mo ang Romans 3:10. Ayan, Romans pala. Romans 3:10. Romans 3:10. Romans 3:10. Ilonggo to Kuya Ronsky. Nahirapan ako magbasa, ano dito. Walang Romans dito Kuya Ronsky. Ano ba yung Romano sa ano? Sa Ilonggo. Romans 3:10. Wala ditong mga ano. Ay, dito nga pala kasi. Dito pala ang maganda yan. Maganda nga yan, Ilonggo. Oo, sige Kuya Ronsky. Ayan. Ano bang Ilonggo sa ano, Kuya Ronsky? Yung Roman ba is Romano ba? Romano ba yun, Kuya Ronsky? Nahirapan ako maghanap dito. Roman. Nahirapan ako maghanap dito Kuya Ronsky. Hindi nga, nakatago lang palagi yung Bible. Hindi binabasa. Ayan, dito na lang ako Kuya Ronsky sa Isaias na lang ako. Punta ka sa New Testament, Ging. Sa New Testament. Saan ba yung New Testament dito? Lagang halata talaga na hindi nagbabasa ng Bible, Kuya Ronsky. Halata talaga siya. Kasi hindi alam kung saan patungo. Wala dito yung new eh. Saan ba dito yung new? Wala talaga yung new dito. New Testament. Saan ba? Dito ako sa Maghahanap kung ano ba dito. Anong page ba? Yun mga taga Roma. Yung ano ba Kuya Ronsky? Roma ba yon? Sa front ng Bible mo may index, makikita mo ang Old and New Testament. Sige Kuya Ronsky. Sa front pala may index. Kuya Ronsky, yung Roma, ano ba yon? Yung Romans, mga taga Roma ba yon? Hindi ko kasi ano dito Kuya Ronsky. Kasi Ilonggo to lahat. Oo, gang. Ito pala. Roma page 228. Roma 228. 228. Ano ba? Roma 228 nga. 228. Ito na. Dito na ako. Ito na. Hindi naman eh. Iba? Baka sa inyo. Dito. 228 siya. Ano? Wala pa rin Kuya Ronsky. Wala pa rin Kuya Ronsky. Ito na pala. Yung ano pa nga Kuya Ronsky, yung 310. Nasa 8 ako eh. 3 ah. Ito na ako, Kuya Ronsky, sa 10. Tama ba to Kuya Ronsky? 9. Kuya Ronsky, ito kay ang mga kasulatan nagasiling wala gid sing bisan isa nga matarong. Tama ba to Kuya Ronsky? Kay ang mga kasulatan nagasiling wala gid sing bisan isa nga matarong. Ayan. Saan ba ako magsa-start Kuya Ronsky? 3 to 10 ba? 3 verse 10 Kuya Ronsky? Sakto na. Sige. Ito Kuya Ronsky, sabi dito, mag-start ako sa wala sing tao nga matarong karon kita nga mga hodyo, maayo pa bala sa mga gentle, sa mga hentel? Hindi napahayag ko na nga ang mga hodyo kag ang mga gentle palariho lang nga yara sa idalom sang gahom sang sala. Kay ang mga kasulatan nagasiling wala gid sing bisan isa nga matarong. Ayan, nobody's perfect. Kay Ronsky, only God. Romans 6:23. Romans 6:23. 23 verse 23 here. Kay ang kamatayon amo ang bayad sang sala, pero ang regalo sang Dios amo ang kabuhi nga wala sing katapusan sa paghiusa kay Kristo Jesus nga aton Ginoo. Ayan. 6:23. Romans 5:12. Dami naman alam ni Kuya Ronsky. Romans 5:12. 5:12. Yan, dito na ako sa 12. Ang sala hindi na dapat magahom sa inyo. Mamalatyon nga lawas agod hindi ninyo matuman ang inyo lawas nun nga mga kailigbon. Ayan, tama ba Kuya Ronsky? Sabi dito sa Roma 6 verse 12, ang sala hindi na dapat magahom sa inyo. Ang sala hindi dapat magahom sa inyo. Mamalatyon nga lawas agod hindi ninyo matuman ang inyo lawas nun nga mga kailigbon. Ayan, tama ba ako Kuya Ronsky? Tapos sabi dito, hindi man ninyo pag itogyan ang bisan ano nga bahen sang inyo lawas sa sala agud gamiton para sa malaot nga mga tinutuyo. Romans 10:13. Okay, go with the Romans 10:13. Romans 10:13. Romans 10:13. 13 verse here. Ito. Ang kasulatan nagasiling, ang tagsa-tagsa nga nagapanawag sa ngalan sang Ginoo maluwas. Ayan, ang kasulatan nagasiling, ang tagsa-tagsa nga gapanawag sa Ginoo ay maluwas. Tama ba, Kuya Ronsky? Ayan, thank you so much for this information. Romans 1:9. Romans 19 ba yan, Kuya Ronsky? Romans 19. Go with the full here. Romans 19. Romans 19. Korento na to eh. Dito. Paagi sa gahom sang mga tanda, kag ang mga milagro, kag paagi sa gahom sang espiritu, gani nga sa akon pagpanglakaton halin sa Jerusalem tubtob sa Illyricum, ginwali ko ang maayong balita na hanungod kay Kristo. Ayan. Tama ba ako dyan, Kuya Ronsky? Paagi sa gahom sa mga tanda kag mga milagro, kag paagi sa gahom sang espiritu, gani nga sa akon pagpanglakaton halin sa Jerusalem tubtob sa Illyricum, ginwali ko ang maayong balita na hanungod kay Kristo. Ayan. Gani nga sa akon pangpanglakaton halin sa Jerusalem tubtob sa Illyricum, ginwali ko ang maayong balita na hanungod kay Kristo. Ayan. 1 verse 9. Okay. Romans 1 verse 9. Okay, let's go to the Roma 1 verse 9. Ito na. Ang Dios nga ginaalagad ko sa bug-os nga tagipusoon paagi sa pagwali sang maayong balita na hanungod sa iya anak. Amo ang akon saksi nga ang akon ginasiling matuod. Ayan. Ang Dios nga ginaalagad ko sang bug-os nga tagipusoon paagi sa pagwali sang maayong balita na hanungod sa iya anak. Amo ang akon saksi nga ang akon ginasiling matuod. Ayan. Romans 1. Sabi dito is, ang Dios nga ginaalagad ko sang bug-os nga tagipusoon paagi sa pagwali sang maayong balita na hanungod sa iya anak. Amo ang akon saksi nga ang akon ginasiling matuod. Nakahibalugid sila nga akon kamo ginadumdum sa gihapon. Ayan, Kuya Ransky. Done with this. Ayan. May i-share ako dito, Kuya Ransky. Yung dito. Yung, ito na, Kuya Ransky. Ang bagyo sa dagat. Ito na, Kuya Ransky, ang bagyo. Ginoo, patawad sa akon mga sala nga mahimo ko sa imo. Ginoo, patawad sa akon mga sala nga nahimo ko sa imo, ikaw na akon Ginoo, nagapati ko na ako makasasala, binabaton ko ikaw bilang manluluwas ko sulod sa akon tagipusoon. Ginoo, salamat sa kaluwasan na akon nanakon. Ayan, thank you for this, Kuya Ransky. Ginoo, patawad sa akon mga sala nga nahimo ko sa imo, ikaw na akon Ginoo, nagapati ko na ako makasasala, binabaton ko nga ikaw bilang manluluwas ko sa akon tagipusoon. Ginoo, salamat sa kaluwasan na akon sa kaluwasan ko. Yun pala yun, Kuya Ransky. Ginoo, patawad sa mga sala nahimo ko sa imo, ikaw na akon Ginoo, nagapati ko na ako makasasala, binabaton ko ikaw bilang manluluwas ko sa sulod sa akon tagipusoon. Ginoo, salamat sa kaluwasan ko. Ayan, thank you for that, Kuya Ransky. Ayan, Kuya Ransky, may isi-share ako dito sa iyo. Ito, ang bagyo sa dagat. Ang bagyo sa dagat, Kuya Ransky. Sabi dito ng binuhatan, amen gang. Amen, sige. Ginoo, patawad sa akon mga sala nga nahimo ko sa imo, ikaw na akon Ginoo, nagapati ko na ako makasasala, binabaton ko ikaw bilang manluluwas ko sa sulod sa akon tagipusoon. Ginoo, salamat sa kaluwasan ko. Amen. Ayan, thank you so much. Amen, God. Ayan, dito na kayo, Ransky. Ang bagyo sa dagat, binuhatan 13 to 20. Ayan, ito na kayo, Ransky. Ayan, from kayo, Ransky, Emin Ging. Ayan, thank you so much. Ang bagyo sa dagat, ayan. Nagasugod sa pagdupoy-dupoy ang habagat kag paino-ino sila nga matuman nila ang ila plano. Gani ginbatak nila ang angkla kag nagpalayag nga nagapanghigaron sa baybayon sang Krita. Pero sa wala madugay, nagmadlos ang hangin nga timog halin sa isla. Ginbonal ang hangin ang sakayan kag tungod kay hindi kami makapanungsong sa hangin, nagpabaya na lang kami kag nagpaanod kundiin kami dalon sang hangin. Nakapalipod kami sing madali sang paagi namon sa bagatnan. Nayon sang jutay nga isla sang Kauda. Bisan pa nga binudlayan kami didto, natigayon namon ang pagtabid sang buti agod nga hindi maano. Sang napasaka nila ang buti, gingaed ini sing hugot sang mga kalat sa sakayan. Nahadlok sila nga mabara sa mga pasel malapit sa baybayon sang Libya. Gani ginpapanaog nila ang layag kag nagpaanod. Nagpadayon ang mabaskog nga bagyo, gani isang madason nga adlaw ginpangtabong nila ang dagat ang mga kargamento sang sakayan. Sang madason pagid nga adlaw ginpang haboy nila ang kasangkapan sang sakayan. Sa sulod sang pila ka adlaw wala magpakita ang adlaw kag ang mga bituon. Kag nagpadayon ang paghuyop sang mabaskog nga hangin sang ulihi, nadulaan kami sang paglaom nga maluwas. Sa dasonging StreamYard ang gamiton mo para damo pa akong ma-explain sa imo paagi sa pulong sa Ginoo. Sige, Kuya Ronski. Tomorrow I use StreamYard. Magsa-StreamYard ako tomorrow, Kuya Ronski. Kasi akala ko wala ka ngayon, Kuya Ronski. So that's why nag-YT ako now. Ayan. Tapos dito na eto na, Kuya Ronski, may basahon man ko di nga naguma. Ito na. Nagtulak si Pablo Paroma. Sanggin patod na nga nagtulak kami sa Italya, gintugyan nila si Pablo kag ang iban pagid nga mga binalanggo kay Julio. Isa ka opisyal sa batalyon sang emperador. Nagsakay kami sa isa kasakayan sa Argentina nga manugtulak pakadto sa mga puerto sang probinsya sang Asia. Sang pagtulak namo nagupod sa amon si Aristarco, isa kataga Macedonia nga naghalin sa Tesalonica. Nagdungka kami sa Sidon sang madason nga adlaw maayo gid ang pagtatap ni Julio kay Pablo kag iya gintugutan si Pablo nga pagduaw sa iya mga abyan agod nga mahatagan sila nila sang iya mga kinahanglanon. Halin dito nagpadayon kami o galing tungod kay sumpong gid katama ang hangin dito. Kami nag-agi sa pihak sang isla sang Sepre nga lipod sa hangin. Gintabok namon ang dagat nga nagaatubang sa Sicilia. Ang dagat nga nagaatubang sa Sicilia kag Panfilia kag nagdungka kami sa Mera sa probinsya sang Lycia. Dito may nakita si Julio nga sakayan nga halin sa Alejandria nga manugtulak pa Italya. Gani ginpasakay niya kami. Sa sulod sa pila ka adlaw mahinay ang amon pagpanakayon kag binadlayan gid kami tudtob nga nakalambot kami malapit sa banwa sang Nido. Hindi kami makapadayon sa amon ginapadulungan kay sumpong gid ang hangin. Gani nagpalayag kami sa pihak sang isla sang Krita nga lipod sa hangin kag nag-agi kami malapit sa Salmo. Nagpanghiga-higaran kami kag binadlayan kami sa paglambot sa duog nga ginatawag maayo nga mga dulongkaan nga malapit sa banwa sang Lasea. Buwas lang sa gabi ging ma-share ko sang pulong sang Ginoo labi na sa mga abyan naton nga mga mag-attend sa LS mo. Sige, Kuya Ronski. Gusto ko yan. Thank you so much for that, Kuya Ronski. Buwas lang sa gabi, ging ma-share ko sang pulong sang Ginoo, labi na sa mga abyan naton na mag-attend sa LS mo. Sige, Kuya Ronski. Buwas sa gabi ba? Sige, Kuya Ronski. Tapos nga malapit sa banwa sang Lasea. Ayan. Tapos ito na. Nagpadugay kami dito tubtob nga welcome ging. Ayan, thank you so much Kuya Ransky. Maraming salamat talaga sa iyo. Ayan. Nagdugay kami dito tubtob nga nangin peligroso ang pagpanakayon tungod kay mabagyo na ang panahon. Gani nagsiling si Pablo sa ila. Ginapananaw ko nga halin karon ang aton pagpanakayon mangin peligroso dako gid nga mapierde sang mga kargamento kag sakayan kay may katalagman pa nga may madula nga kabuhi. Oh my gosh. Pero ang ginpati sang opisyal amo ang ginhambal sang kapitan kag tag-iya sang sakayan kag indi ang ginasiling ni Pablo. Indi maayo nga magpabilin sadto nga dulongkaan kon tigtulognaw. Gani halos ang tanan nagapakamaayo nga magtula kami kag magtinguha gid nga makalambot sa Venice. Isa ini ka puerto sa Krita nga nagaatubang sa timog kag salatan kag didto sarang sila makatiner tubtob matapos ang tigtulognaw. Ayan, mga 8 PM gang. Mga 8 PM ako Kuya Ransky mag-live. Buwas sa gabi. Sige, Kuya Ransky. Ayan, dito na ako sa Nabaraang Salakyan. Dito na ako, Kuya Ransky. Ayan. Sang pagkaaga, hindi mahibalaan sang pagkaaga, hindi mahibalaan sang mga tripulante kundiin nga baybayon sila. Pero may nakita sila nga tinagong dagat nga may baybayon kag ginkaisahan nila nga dito nila ipabara ang sakayan. Gani ginpangutod nila ang mga kalat nga naangot sa mga angkla kag ginhulog ini sa dagat. Kag dungan sinigin panghubad nila ang kalat nga naangtan sang mga timon. Dayon ginisa nila ang layag sa dulong agod hoypon sila sang hangin padulong sa baybayon. Pero nakabunggo ang sakayan sa pasel kag nabara ini. Nagungot ang dulong sang sakayan kag indi gid ini makahalin samtang ang ulin nawasak bangod sang mabaskog sang mga balod. Pamatyon ket tani ang mga soldado ang tanan nga mga binilanggo agod nga indi sila makalangoy pahigad kag makapalagyo. Pero ginpunggan sila sang opisyal sang mga soldado kay luyag niya luwason si Pablo. Sa baylo, ini nagmando siya nga maglumpat sa tubig ang tanan nga makahibalo maglangoy kag magpahigad. Ang mga nabilin nagsunod nga nagakapyot sa mga tapi o kon ano pa nga bahin sang sakayan nga nagalutaw sa sini nga paagi nakalambot kami tanan sa higad nga wala maano. Ayan, God bless. Sa Malta. Ito na kayo Ransky sa Malta. Sa binuhatan 27-28. Ayan, sa Malta. Sang dito na kami sa takas nga nagaluwas naluwas sa katalagman na sapwan namon nga ang isla ginatawag Malta. Maabi-abihon ang mga pumuluyo didto. Tungod kay nagsugod sa pag-ulan kag ginatugnawan kami, nagdabok sila sing kalayo kag ginbato nila kami sing maayo. Nagtipon si Pablo sang isa ka bugkos nga kahoy nga inogatong kag gingatong niya ini sa kalayo. Tungod sang kainit may manog nga nagwa kag iya ginokoban ang kamot ni Pablo. Sang makita sa mga pumuluyo ang manog nga nagakabit sa kamot ni Pablo, nagsinilingay sila. Siguro manugpatay ini nga tawo. Kag bisan naluwa siya sa kamatayon sa dagat pero wala gid siya sing swerte nga mabuhi. Pero ginwaslik ni Pablo ang manog sa kalayo kag wala man siya maano. Nagpaabot sila nga palanghubag siya o kon matumbas sing hinali kag mapatay. Pero sang madugay na ang ila pagulat kag wala man sila sing may nakita nga malaen nga natabo sa iya. Nagbaylo ang ila mga panghuna-huna kag nagsiling sila isa siya ka Dios. Sabi nila sa mga tao kay Pablo na isa siya ka Dios. Ayan. Tapos malapit sa amo nga duog may mga kadutaan nga panag-iyahan ni Pablo. Ang pangulo sang esla ginabaton niya kami sing maabi-abihon kag nanginbisita kami niya sa sulod sang 3 ka adlaw. Ang amay ni Pablo nagamasakit nga may hilanat kag balaod. Nagsulod si Pablo sa iya kwarto. Nagapangamuyo, nagtungtong sang iya mga kamot sa iya kag nagayo sa iya. Sang nahanabo ini ang tanan nga mga masakiton sa amo nga isla nagkari kag ginpang-ayo sila. Madamo ang ila ginhatag sa amon kag sang manugtula kami gindalhan nila kami sa sakayan sang amo kinahanglanon para sa amon pagpanakayon. Ayan, shoutout dyan. Ayan, gang, so good ka sa pagbasa sang Bible, hulo baton tapos sang awit sa Psalms. Okay, sige Kuya Ransky. Sa hulo baton, ayan. Here, hulo baton. Hulo baton. I find it the words of the wisdom. Okay, Kuya Ransky, thank you so much for that. Hello, Baton. Dito na tayo sa Hello, Baton. Genesis yung una dito, Kuya Ransky. Sandali lang hahanapin ko sa... Saan ba dito ang Hello, Baton? Anong page? Hello, Baton. Ayan, Hello, Baton. Where's here? Wala dito, Kuya Ransky. Wala dito yung Hello, Baton. Hello, Baton. Here. Mga Hello, Baton. Page 800. Nakita ko na, Kuya Ransky, yung Hello, Baton. Hello, Baton. 800. Ayan, dito na ako. Ito, Kuya Ransky. 800. Yan. Ang mga Hello, Baton. Ito na, Kuya Ransky. Ayos. Ayan. Thank you so much, Kuya Ransky. Ito na. Ang mga Hello, Baton. Panguna. Ang libro sa mga Hello, Baton, tinipon nga mga Hello, Baton kag mga halambalanon na nungod sa mga pagtudlo sa mataro nga pagginawi kag pagtudlo sa pagtuloohan. Ang kalabanan sini may kaangtanan sa pang-adlaw-adlaw nga pagginawi. Nagasugod ini sa isa ka pagpahanumdom nga pagtahod sa Ginoo amo ang ginsugoran sang kaalam. Dayon nagpadayon ini sa pagpatug siling indi lamang sa matarong nga pagginawi sa pagtuloohan, kundi sa nagakabagay kag maayo nga mga pamatasan. Ang iya madamo nga malipot nga mga hulubaton pahayag sang ihibalo sang manunodlo nga Israelinhon na hanungod sang himuon sang maalam nga tawo sa naglain-lain nga kahimtangan. Ang iban sini nahanungod sa kaangtanan sa panimalay sa iban nga mga tawo kag negosyo, ang iban nahanungod sa maayo nga pagginawi sa kaangtanan sa isa kag isa sa katilingban kag ang iban nahanungod sa pagpugong sang kaugalingon. Madamo ang ginahambal na hanungod sa pagpaubos, pagpailob, pagtahod sa mga imol kag pag-unong sa mga amigo. Ayan, maganda to, Kuya Ransky. Ito, pagpailob pala yung, ibig sabihin ng yung pagpailob, yung pagpakumbaba natin. Ayan, yung pagpakumbaba natin sa ating kapwa. Ayan. Yan, pagpaubos. Pagpaubos is pagpakumbaba. Pagpailob is yung, yun, kasama na dun yung pagpakumbaba, pagpailob talaga. Pagtahod sa mga imol. Ayan, kahit na rich ka, pero wag mo namang mamaliitin yung mga mahirap lang, 'di ba? Yung mahirap kasi yung iba kasi didiscriminate ka agad yung mga mahihirap kasi pag mayaman sila talagang i-discriminate nila yun. Ay, nako, mahirap lang yan, ganun. Pero wag naman tayo na ganun, sabi dito sa Bible. From God words. Ayan. Sabi niya dito. Ayan, dito na ako sa ang kapuslanan sa mga hulubaton. Dito na ako. Ayan. Ang kapuslanan sa mga hulubaton. Kasi 'di ba, hindi naman natin kasalanan na maging mahirap tayo tapos dinidiscriminate tayo, 'di ba? Nung mga mayayaman kasi mayayaman nga sila, 'di ba? Yan, kaya nga sabi nila yung mayaman is pag marami kang pera is ano daw, parang is bad. Yes. Sabi nga nila, ang pera daw is Satan's. Sabi na nga daw nila. Kasi, bakit naman? Isasabi ko yan ha, for my own lang. Kasi, sa pagpakakaintindi ko, kasi iba naman yung mga mayaman talaga na may madamdamin, yung talagang may mga naaawa sila sa mahihirap. Pero may iba din naman kasi na mayaman, kaya tinatawag sila na yung pera is Satan's. Kasi may mga mayayaman kasi na dahil sa pera, nag-iba yung ugali nila. Parang ang liit-liit na ng tingin nila sa mga mahihirap, ganun. Tapos parang pero bad yan. Kaya tinatawag yung pera na is na pera, yung salapi, yung pera mo is Satan's talaga, sabi nila. Kasi dahil nag-change yung ugali ng tao kasi dahil sa pera. Kaya yun tinatawag na yung pera is Satan's. Yan. Kung ma-reach mo na ang chapter 3, pahuway ka na padayon naman buwas ang chapter 3, up to 6 every day. Okay, sige Kuya Ransky, the words of wisdom. Ayan, Ransky 49, dyan, Ging, marami kang maipapaliwanag, yan ang dapat nabasahin mo, Ging. Ayan, thank you so much Kuya Ransky. Sige, dito na ako, Kuya Ransky. Ang kapuslanan sa mga hulubaton. Ang mga hulubaton ni Solomon, nga ang anak ni David, kag hari sa Israel. Paagi sini makahibalo ka sang kaalam, kag sang maayo nga laygay, kag makahangop sang mga pulo nga may madalom sing kahulugan. Ini sila makatudlo sang sa imo sa pagkabuhi sing maalamon. Maminatudon, matarong, kag wala sing pinilian. Makatudlo ini sing kaalam sa wala sing tinan-an, kag makahatag sing ihibalo sa mga pamatanon. Ini nga mga hulubaton, makadugang sing kaalam sa mga maalam, kag makatuytoy sa mga edukado agod makahangop sila sang madalom nga kahulugan sa mga hulubaton. Kag sang mga paktakon sang maalam nga mga tao. Laygay sa mga pamatanon nga lalaki. Ang pagtahod sa Ginoo, amo ang ginsuguran sang kaalam. Yun pala. Dapat talaga, yes, yung shortcut nga, seek ye first the kingdom of God. Ito, sabi nga nila, ang pagtawad sa Ginoo amo ang ginsuguran sang kaalam, pero ang buang-buang nagahikay sang kaalam kag pagtudlo. Ayan, bongga to. Sabi dito, ang pagtawad sa Ginoo amo ang ginsuguran sang kaalam. Ayan, pero ang buang-buang nagahikay sang kaalam kag pagtudlo. Yan. So, dito na tayo. Tuto, pamati ang ginatudlo sang imo amay kag tumana ang ginasiling sang imo iloy. Ang ila pagtudlo magapatahom sang imo pamatasan subong sang pagpatahom sang imo sang isa ka tuburan o kon kolintas. Ayan, basa lang daging may baklon lang ako. Okay, sige Kuya Ransky. Ayan. Tuto, hindi ka magpadala-dala sa mga pagsulay sa mga makasasala kon magsiling sila o pod ka sa amon. Mangita kita sing palatyon, banggaan ta ang tawo nga wala sing sala. Na ayhan buhi pa sila kag mabakod sang aton pagkakita sa ila, pero kon maagyan ta sila tapos gid sila. Makakita kita sing madamo nga manggad kag punon ta ang aton mga balay sang aton mga inagaw. Yan ang muna sila gali, guys. Yung mga katulad ng mga hold upper, yan, di ba nag-hold up sila dahil sa pera. So, yung pera talaga tinatawag nila na money as Satan's panulay. Kaya dahil dito, dahil sa pag-hold up, kaya yun guys. Ito, makakita kita sing madamo nga manggad, sabi dito. Kag punon ta ang aton mga balay sang aton mga inagaw. Dali upod ka sa amon kag partiho naton ang aton kinawatan. Oh my gosh. Amo na siya ang mga bad na hindi dapat natin gayahin. Dapat magsisikap talaga tayo, magsisipag at magpe-pray. Kasi pag nagsipag tayo, syempre, bigyan pa tayo ng God ng more blessings. Pero yung mga ganun talaga, yung mga nagnakaw, nag-hold up, hindi yan sila yumaman. Kung yumaman man sila ay Satans yun. Satans yung pera nila. Kasi galing sa nakaw, kaya Satans yung tawag doon. Pero pag naghihirap ka, nagsisipag ka, yun, blessings yan from God. Kasi bine-bless ka niya. Dahil sa sipag mo, dahil sa talagang nagsisikap ka na makaahon ka sa hirap at talagang bless yan ni God. Pero yung mga pera na galing sa mga ganun, hindi ka yayaman nun. Kung yayaman ka man yan, ay isang makasalanan yun talaga. At saka marami akong alam na hindi sila yumaman dahil sa ganun lang. Talagang hindi sila yumaman talaga. Ewan ko sa iba kung yumaman ba sila or ano. Pero pag yumaman sila, hindi yan Satans na yan. Kasi yung buhay nila ganun-ganun, magkasira-sira naman, happy sila dahil sa pera, pero yung nasa utak nila, nasa mind nila is puro angry, para wala silang love from the heart, diba? Parang wala silang ganun. Ayan. Tapos ito lang pagkakaintindi ko nito, guys. Ito, dali upod ka sa amon, kag partiho naton ang aton kinawatan. Ayan, sabi dito. At tuto, hindi ka mag-upod sa mga tao nga kaangay sini. Palayo ka sa ila. Maabtik sila sa paghimo sing kalainan, kag nagakalam gid ang ila kamot sa pagpatay sing tawo. Oh my gosh. Nako, my God. Grabe. Wala sing pulos ang paghabyog mo sang sapyod kon pispis nga dalakpon mo nagatanaw. Pero ini nga mga tawo nagabutang sing siod para sa ila kaugalingon. Kag isa man lang ang matakpan sang ila kaugalingon nga siod. Ang makawat masunog nagakapatay sa pagpangawat. Amo ini ang masami nagakatabo sa mga tao nga nagakabuhi paagi sa pagpangawat. Ayan, guys. Talaga. Dito na tayo. Ang kaalam nagasinggit. Ayan. Pamatiin ninyo ang kaalam nga nagasinggit sa mga kalsada kag mga plaza. Nagasinggit siya sing mabaskog sa mga puerta sang syudad kag sa bisan diin nga ginatipunan sa mga tao. Amo ini ang ginasinggit niya, mga buang-buang tubtubsan o pabala nga luyag kamo mangin buang-buang, tubtubsan o pabala ang inyo pag yaguta sang ihibalo, hindi gid pala kamo matudloan, magpamati kamo kon sabdungon ko kamo, laygayan ko kamo sing maayo kag tudloan ko kamo sang akon ihibalo. Nagpanuwag ako sa inyo sa pag-agda sa inyo, pero hindi kamo magpamati, wala kamo magsapak. Sakon, wala ninyo pagsapaka ang tanan nga mga laygay, kag hindi kamo luyag magpatudlo sakon. Gani, kunyara kamo sa kalisod, kadlawan ko kamo. Yan, ito yung sabi ng Diyos. Mag-oligyat ako sa inyo, kon mag-abot ang kakugmat. Kaangay sang mabaskog nga bagyo nga nagadala sing mga kahilitan kag iara kamo sa pagantos kag sa kasubo. Kung magpanawag kamo sa isa kamo sa akon, hindi ako magsabat sa inyo. Yan, ito yung sabi ng Diyos. Kasi pag karumal-dumal na talaga yung ginagawa mo ng mga kasalanan, hindi ka na nag-aano sa Diyos, hindi ka na nag-ano sa Kanya, puro na lang yung sa ano mo, yung iniisip mo, yung nasa heart mo, bad na talaga. Kaya, ito na, at saka hindi ka na nag-aano sa Diyos, hindi ka na nag-aano, kasi pag nagpe-pray ka lagi, syempre, maganda yung ginagawa mo sa kapwa mo. 'Di ba? Sabi nga nila, pagmahal mo din yun, pagmahal mo din yung Panginoon, mahal mo din yung pagmahal mo yung kapwa mo tao, mabuti yung ginagawa mo sa kanila, mahal mo din yung Ginoo, yung Diyos, yung Panginoon, mahal mo din siya. Wala gid kamo magtahod sa Ginoo, indi gid kamo luyag magpalaygay sa hakon kag wala kamo magsapak sang akon pagsabdong sa inyo. Gani pag-aagumon ninyo ang nagakabagay sa inyo kag kamo ang magaanto sang inyo mga pahito. Ang wala sing tinun-an nga mga tawo nagakamatay tungod kay ginsikway nila ang kaalam, ang mga buang-buang nagakalaglag tungod sang ila pagpasapayan, pero ang nagapamati sakon magakabuhi nga may kaligunan, hindi siya maano kung wala siya sing dapat kahadlukan. Ayan, ito guys, ito yung ano na, kung nasa tama tayo at nasa Diyos yung mga pagsasalita natin, hindi tayo hindi tayo, kasi nandyan yung Panginoon sa atin, talagang pinapalayo niya tayo sa mga bad, sa mga Satan, sa mga tao na merong intention sa atin na hindi maganda yung intention niya, pinapalayo niya tayo doon. Tsaka syempre yung mga tao na yung intention nila is very bad, intention nila sa kapwa nila tao is talagang nilalaglag sila, tapos nilalaglag sila ng Panginoon. Tsaka guys, marami na akong na-notice niyan, kasi sabi nga nila pag matapang ka na tao na wala kang inaano, yung parang wala kang kinakatakutan, talagang makakalaban mo din yung mas matapang pa sa'yo. Kaya saan ka nun pupunta? Either in imprisonment, nasa prisuhan, or in cemetery. Dalawa lang yun pag matapang yung isang tao na walang kinatatakutan, na wala siyang talagang hindi siya nagpe-pray, na yung sa heart niya is puro galit, puro sama, para sama ng loob sa kapwa niya, nag-iisip na kung ano-ano sa kapwa niya. Ayan, dalawa lang yung pupuntahan niya, is either cemetery or either in the prisoners, yan, kulungan, cemetery or kulungan. Dalawa lang yung pupuntahan niya. Ayan guys, dito na tayo. Gani paaguman ninyo ang nagakabagay sa inyo kagamo ang nagaantos ang inyo mga pahito, ang wala sing tinun-an nga mga tawo nagakamatay tungod kay ginsikway nila ang kaalam, ang mga buang-buang nagakalaglag tungod sang ila pagpasapayan, pero ang nagapamati sakon magakabuhi nga may kaligunan, hindi siya maano kag wala siya sing dapat kahadlukan. Ayan, pag nasa tama tayo at may pagmamahal tayo sa kapwa natin tao, syempre wala ta sa may ginakahadlukan, diba? Kasi nasa tama tayo at yung mga sinasabi natin is from the heart. Yan, dito na tayo, ang mga kaayuhan sang kaalam, ang mga kaayuhan sang kaalam. Tuto tumana ang ginatudlo ko sa imo, kag indi pagkalimti ang ginasiling ko nga pagahimuon mo. Pamatii ang kaalam kag magtinguha ka sa paghangop sini. Magpangayo ka sing ihibalo kag paghangop. Magtinguha ka sa pagpangita sini subong sang imo pagtinguha sa pagpangita sing pilak. o kon sang tinago nga manggad. Kun himuon mo ini, mahibalaan mo kon ano ang pagtahod sa Ginoo kag makalambot ka sa pagkilala sa Dios. Ang Ginoo amo ang nagakahatag sing kaalam. Sa iya nagagikan ang ihibalo kag paghangop. Ginatabangan niya ang ginaapinan ang matarong kag maminatud-on nga mga tawo. Ginaapinan niya ang ginahimo sing matarong. Ayan. Pag gumawa ka ng mabuti sa kapwa mo, talagang yung Diyos ay andyan sa iyo palagi. Yung Diyos kasi yung love is God. Love is God. Pag mas maganda yung kalooban mo, pag maganda yung kalooban mo, nandyan yung Panginoon palagi sa iyo, nagsusupport sa iyo at pinapalayo ka niya sa mga kapahamakan katulad ng mga basta ganun, alam niyo na yan. Basta mga ganun-ganun. Ito yung pagkakaintindi ko sa dito. So, dito na tayo sa next page. Ayan. Kag ginabantayan niya ang mga matutom sa iya. Kung magpamati ka sa akon, mahibalaan mo kung ano ang gusto. Ang matarong kag ang nagakabagay, mahibalaan mo kung ano ang dapat mo himuon. Mag-aalam ka kag ang imo'y hibalo maghahatag sa imo sing kalipay. Ayan. Ikaw matawag ang isang matalino dahil tinatawag ang isang matalino kasi nga sabi nga pag marunong kang sumunod sa word of God, yung katulad ng mga 10 commandments, pag inaano mo yan, sinusunod mo yan, so isa ka ng matalino na tao. Hindi mo na pinapansin yung mga taong parang sila ng mga hindi mo kahit nasasabihan ka pa ng mama sa mama, ay sali ka dito sa amin, ganito dito para magkapera tayo, pero kung masama naman yun, so talagang hindi mo siya susundin kasi sabi mo ay ito yan kasi masama yung ginagawa nila kahit magkapera pa ako na ganito kasi masama yung mga ginagawa nila kaya hindi ko na yan susundin sila kaya mayroon ka ng kaalaman from God. Hindi ka na madadala kahit anumang mga pagsasabi nila. So, yung pag iniinganyo kanila kasi. Kaya hindi ka na madadala ng mga ganon, ng mga masasamang tao. Hindi ka na nila maiinganyo na maging katulad nila. Kaya hindi mo na sila papansinin kung ano-ano man yung sinasabi nila. So, hindi mo na sila papansinin kasi mga masasama naman yung sinasabi nila sa iyo parang dinadala ka nila. Ayan, from Kuya Ransky, andito na ako gang. Ayan, thank you so much Kuya Ransky. Ayan, dito na ako. Nagaalam ka kag ang imo ihibalo maghahatag sa imo sing kalipay. Ang imo kaalam kag paghangop magaapin sa imo. Ayan. Ang imo kaalam kag ang paghangop syempre mag-aapin sa imo. Basta talagang basta yung ginagawa mo ay mabuti naman. So yung kabutihan na ginagawa mo ay yun ay magdadala sa iyo ng mabuting tao, ng isang magiging mabuting tao sa kapwa mo. At saka pag mabuting tao ka na sa kapwa mo is yung God andyan na sa'yo. Yun yung pagkakaintindi ko dito. Ayan. Ito nga. Tapos, pag mabuti ka ng tao, alam mo na yung masasamang tao. Tsaka, kahit anumang ganyan nila, kahit anumang sasabi nila tungkol sa mga hindi mo na sila papansinin. Kasi, hindi ka na madadala sa yung mga sabi-sabi nila na mga ganon, lalo na pag masama yung hangad nila sa buhay nila, tapos dadalhin ka nila doon sa wag ka nang magpadala sa kanila kasi hindi naman tama yung hangad nila kasi alam mo na yung mali at saka yung tama. Yan, sabi dito ng from word of God. So, dito na ako. Kag magapugong sa imo sa paghimo sing sayop. Ayan. Yun yung kaalam mo, yung karunungan mo na magiging mabuti sa kapwa. Ayan, yun ang magdadala sa iyo ng isang mabuting tao at malayo ka sa kasamaan. Ayan. To, magapahilayo ini sa imo sa mga tawo nga nagahimo sing amo sang gamo paagi sa ila ginahambal. Ayan, ini nga mga tawo nagsikway sang matarong nga pagkabuhi agod maggabuhi sa kadudolman sa sala. Ini nga mga tawo nagakalipay sa paghimo sang sayop kag nagakasadya sa kahiko sang kalautan. Ini nga mga tawo garok kag hindi masaligan. Ayan guys. Yan, hindi na sila masaligan guys. Yan. Ang kaalam kag ang paghangop magapahilayo sa imo sa malain nga babaye nga nagatinguha sa paghaylo sa imo paagi sa iya matamis nga mga pulong. Yan. Meron palang mga tao na nag-aano din sa'yo. Sabi mo parang maano ka nga, yung sinasabi nila na maluko ka dahil sa mga sinasabi niya na mga matamis na words, mga matamis na mga salita. Ayan, parang madadala ka nun. Kaya syempre gamitin mo yung pag-isipan mo muna bago ka mag-decide kung tama ba yung sinasabi niya. Ayan, ito na tayo. Ini nga babae nagaluib sa iya bana kag ginakalimtan niya ang iya balaan nga mga saad. Ayan, nakalimtan niya ang iya mga saad. Kung magakadto sa iya balay, nagapadulong ka sa iya kamatayon. Ayan, my gosh. Ang pagkadto sa iya balay amo ang padulong sa duta sang mga patay. Ayan, pag masama yung babae daw, pag masama, tapos nadadala ka sa kanyang mga words na mga matatamis, na mga ganon, ay pupunta ka pala sa kamatayan. Pupunta ka sa kamatayan. Ang pagkadto sa iya balay amo ang pagpadulong sa duta sa mga patay. Ayan. Kung magakadto ka sa isang tao na may masamang intention na yung intention nila is masasama lang, is parang nagbigti ka na pag pupunta ka sa kanilang bahay. Ayan. Wala sing may nagakatabo sa iya nga makabalik pa o kon pasag uli sa dalan sang kabuhi. Gani sunda ang tikang sang maayo. Ayan. Dapat pala doon ka sa isang tao na may mabuting hangarin sa buhay. Doon ka, wag ka doon sa may mga taong masasama yung hangarin nila sa buhay, kundi ang pangluloko sa kapwa nila tao or yung basta mga masasama talaga, masasama lang nila yung mga plan nila sa buhay nila is yung paano mangloko, paano sila makapag ganun, something like that. Tapos ito na, gani isunda ang tikang sang maayo nga tawo kag magkabuhi kasing matarong. Ayan. Susundin mo yung mga taong may magandang hangarin sa buhay at para magkabuhi magkabuhay ka ng magandang kabuhayan. Ayan. Kay ang matarong kaghimpit nga magapuyo sa sini nga duta, pero ang malaot kuhaon sang Dios sa duta. Ayan. Ang mga malaot ay pagakuhaon ni God. Ayan. Kag ang mga makasasala panggabuton sa duta kaangay sang mga tanom. Ayan. Ayan. Like guys, sa mga lalaki nga pamatan-on. Ito na. Tuto, hindi pagkalimti ang ginatudlo ko sa imo, dumduma sa gihapon ang akon mga sugo sa imo. Kay ini magahatag sa imo sing malawig nga mainoswagon nga kabuhi. Hindi pag Ayan. Manawaswagon nga kabuhi, hindi pag paluyaha ang imo pagtuo kag katutom, kundi ipangolintas. Ayan. Ayan, Kuya Ransky, thank you so much sa pakikinig mo dyan. Hindi pag paluyaha ang imo pagtuo kag katutom, kundi ipag ngulintas ini kag hopti ini sa imo tagipusoon. Kung himuon mo ini mahamuot sa imo ang Dios kag mga tawo. Ayan. Pag gumawa ka ng magandang hangarin sa kapwa mo tao, maraming sumasaludo sa iyo, maraming nagagandaan sa iyo. Sabi, ay nako, kahit na ganun lang siya, pero ano siya, maganda yung hangarin niya, tapos ang bait-bait niya. Ayan. At saka binibless ka talaga ni God. Ayan. Magsalig ka sa Ginoo sa bug-os mo nga tagipusoon, kag hindi ka magsalig sa imo kaugalingon nga kaalam. Dumduma ang Ginoo sa tanan mo nga ginahimo. Okay. Kag siya magatuytoy sa imo sa mataro nga dalanon. Hindi ka manghuna-huna sa maalam ka na gid. So hindi ka magpaminsar nga perfect ka na gid. Perfect ka na. 'Di ba? Kasi nga nobody's perfect. So dapat pala mag-pray ka kay God, tapos in every hours, in every minute, tatawag ka kay God. Tatawag ka sa Kanya para matuytuyan ka niya or matutuyan nga, mag-guide ka niya kung ano yung mga dapat mo gawin sa buhay. Ayan, kasi hindi tayo perfect sa lahat ng oras. Ayan, dito na tayo. Eto na. Ayan. Dumduma ang Ginoo sa tanan mo nga ginahimo, kag siya magatuytoy sa imo sa mataro nga dalanon. Hindi ka manghuna-huna nga maalam ka na gid. Ayan, kasi may mga tao talaga na feeling perfect. Kaya wag tayong ganon, wag tayong mag-feeling kasi isang pagkakamali lang, nako, marami talagang masasayang na mga isang pagkakamali mo lang talagang sayang, at saka ano bang tawag nun? Nasa huli ang pagsisisi sa isang pagkakamali lang. Ayan. Kaya dapat pala always pray to God in every decision you make. Ayan. Hindi ka maghuna-huna nga maalam ka na gid. Magtahod ka sa Ginoo kag hindi maghimo sing malain. Ayan. Magtahod. Ano ba yung magtahod in Tagalog? Yung magtahod is nakalimutan ko na. Yung ano ba yung magtahod, Kuya Ransky? Andiyan ka pa ba? Yung magtahod ka sa Ginoo is kilalanin mo yung God. Isa na din yun sa kilalanin mo siya at maging ano ka sa Kanya, kay God. Ayan. Kag hindi maghimo sang malain. Kag hindi ka don't do ang respeto ging. Okay, respect to God. Ayan, thank you so much, Kuya Ronsky. Ayan. magrespeto kay God, respect to God. Ayan, kun himuon mo ini mangin kaangay ini sang maayo nga bulong nga nagaayo sang imo mga pilas kag nagkuha sang mga kahapdi. Okay. Padunggi ang Ginoo paagi sa pagdulot sa iya sang pinakamaayo sang imo mga patubas. Ayan, pag binibless ka ni God, syempre, pinapasalamatan mo din si God. Kasi, dahil sa nakatanggap ka ng blessing mula kay God, dahil sa pagsisipag mo, ayan, binibless ka ni God. Kaya, mo din, papasalamatan mo din si God sa lahat na oras sa pagtanggap mo ng iyong mga blessings. Ayan. Kung himuon mo ini ang imo tambobo mag-aawas. Oh my gosh. Lord, sana all. Sana bibigyan ako ng ganito ni God. Mag-aawas. Kung himuon mo ini, so every time nga magpapasalamat ka kay God sa lahat ng oras, sa lahat ng blessings na binibigay sa iyo, bibigyan ka pa ni God ng sobrang blessings. Sana all. Ayan. Mag-aawas kag ang ima mga bino magasolobra nga wala na ikaw sing sulodlan. Oh my gosh, talagang sobra talaga na ibinibigay ni God sa iyo pag sa lahat na oras ay nagpapasalamat ka sa Kanya. Oh my God, please help me, gusto ko to. God, please bigyan mo ako ng ganito, bigyan mo ako ng ganyan. Talaga naman lahat na hinihingi kay God. Ayan. Tuto, hindi ka pagpakalain na ang pagdisiplina sang Ginoo o kon maglain ang imo buot sa iya pagsabdong. Ayan, dapat pala yung mga words, yung mga sinasabi ni God ay talagang susundin mo. Kasi para sa'yo din yan. Yan. At saka, wag mong talagang susundin mo at wag mong parang, ayun, hindi ko na ma-explain. Ayan, basta sabi niya, yung mga sinasabi niya sa'yo, susundin mo at wag mong baliwala lang yung mga sinasabi ni God. Ayan. Kay ang hinikugma sang Dios ginasabdong niya subong nga ang isa ka amay nagasabdong sang anak nga lalaki. Ayan. Kasi yung God, yung intention ng God sa atin is maging mabuti tayong tao at saka ganon din ang ating mga magulang. Kung ano yung sinasabi ng magulang sa atin, isusundin din natin para din sa atin kasi yan. Ayan. Ayan. Sabdong sang anak nga lalaki nga iya ginapabugat. Malipayon ang tao nga nagakaagom sing kaalam kag nagahangop kay ang kaalam maayo pasang pilak kag mapuslanon pasang bulawan. Oh my gosh, kaya nga marami kang matutunan sa salita ng Diyos from Kuya Ronski. Oo nga, Kuya Ronski, thank you so much talaga sa iyo, Kuya Ronski. Yan. Mapuslanon pasang bulawan. Oh my gosh, ang the word of God sabi dito is malipayon ang tao nga nagakaagom sing kaalam. Ayan. Sobra talagang super happy ka talaga. Ikaw na yung pinaka-happy sa buong mundo pag sinusunod mo yung pag may karunungan ka from God. Oo nga naman, no? Tama. From God. Ang kaalam maayo pasang pilak nga mapuslanon pasang bulawan. Ayan. Ang kaalam is sobra pa sa isang pilak or na masobra pa sa isang bulawan or sa isang ginto. Yung knowledge mo, yung knowledge is kaalam. Ayan, yung knowledge mo. Ang kaalam malahalon. Oo nga, tama. Kasi yung kaalam mo, hindi na yan makukuha sa'yo. At pag nandyan na yan sa'yo, talagang nandyan na yan sa'yo, yung kaalam mo. Hindi na yan makukuha kahit sino-sino pa. Kaya sobra pa siya sa isang ginto, sa isang pilak, sa lahat, sobra pa siya sa isang mayamang tao. Ayan. Kag ang tanan mo nga mga pagkabutang hindi makatupong sini. Ayan. Ayan, yung kaalam mo, kahit na yung kahit na yung mga kayamanan mo hindi pa wala pang maka sa kayamanan mo kaysa sa kaalaman mo. Wala pang may susobra pa kundi yung kaalaman mo. Ayan, wala na mas masobra pa sa kaalaman. Wala pang mas masobra pa sa yaman. Sa yaman, wala pang susobra sa katalinuhan mo. Wala pang susobra sa katalinuhan mo. Kahit na mayaman ka pa. Ayan, yan. Ang kaalam nagahatag sa imo sing malawig nga kabuhi, manggad kag kadungganan. Ang kaalam magakahatag sa imo sing malapayon nga kabuhi kag kalino. Ang mga kaagom sing kaalam malipayon kag ang kaalam nagakahatag sing kabuhi. Ang Ginoo nagtugas ang aton paagi sa iya kaalam. Oh my gosh. Yung Panginoon daw is nagbigay sa atin ng kaalaman paagi sa kaniyang mga mensahe. Kaya nagbibigay sa atin ng kaalaman. Ayan. Thank you so much, God. Amen. Kag ginpahamtang niya ang langit paagi sa iya ihibalo. Ayan. Kaya pala ginawa niya yung langit, yung mundo para sa atin, para sa kaniyang kaalaman din. Dahil sa kanyang kaalaman, kaya nabubuhay tayo at dito tayo sa mundong ito. Tapos, ang iya kaalam nagpailig sang mga suba. Kag ang mga galom naghatag singulan sa duta. Tuto, tipigi ang imo kaalam kag pagangop. Hindi pagtuguti nga madula ini sa imo. Magahatag ini sing kabuhi sa imo isa ka malipayon kag malino nga kabuhi. Magalakat ka sa imo dalanon nga hindi maano kag hindi madusmo. Yan. Thank you so much for this word of God. Magalakat ka sa imo dalanon nga hindi maano kag hindi madusmo. Kung maghigda ka, wala kasing kadlokan kag mahamuok ang imo katulugon sa buos nga gabi. Hindi ka dapat mahadlok sang hinali nga kalaglagan kaangay sang bagyo nga nagaabot sa mga malaot. Ayan. Kung yung talaga yung loob mo na andyan na sa Diyos, yan, yung lahat na maganda na yung ginagawa mo, tsaka yung palagi na lang nasa Diyos ka kaya wala kang kinatatakutan pag maganda yung ginagawa mo. Yung basta yun yung explanation ko dito. Basta maganda yung kalooban mo palagi kang tumatawag sa Panginoon, palagi kang nag-aano sa Kanya, talagang parang nagpe-pray ka sa lahat ng bagay, tapos hindi ka naman nakagawa ng sa kapwa mo ng yung bad talaga na hindi ka nakagawa. At saka maganda talaga yung kalooban mo dito. Syempre, hindi ka natatakot kahit matutulog ka pa. At saka makatulog ka talaga ng mahimbing dito. Kasi nga, kahit ano man mangyari sa mundong ito, andyan ka na kasi kay God. Kaya wala ka nang kinatatakutan pag andyan ka na sa Kanya. Yan. Tapos sabi dito, ang Ginoo magatipig sa imo nga hindi ka maano. Ayan. It's 4:16 in the afternoon now. Ayan, thank you so much. Hindi siya magtugot nga masiod ikaw. Ayan. Ayan. Pag andyan ka sa katalagman, andyan ka sa talagang maano talaga na daan, pag andyan ka na, talagang naano ka ng Diyos, tinutulungan ka niya. Tinutulungan ka kasi nga sa lahat ng oras at tumatawag ka sa Kanya, at saka maganda yung ginagawa mo sa kapwa mo. Kasi sabi nga nila, pag maganda yung ginagawa mo sa kapwa mo or mahal mo yung kapwa mo, is mahal mo din yung Panginoon. Yan, sabi nga nila. Yan, ito na guys. Buligi ang bululigan sa imo masarangan. Ayan. Sabi dito ng Panginoon, pag may humingi sa iyo ng tulong, syempre tutulungan mo siya pag mayroon kang maitulong. Pero, pag wala kang maitulong, so, basta yung makaya mo lang na matulungan mo yung kapwa mo. Yan. Hindi na pagdulata ang imo kaingod tubtubwas kung mabuligan mo man lang siya karon. Ayan, yung kaingod mo, yung kapitbahay mo, huwag mo nang hintayin na ipagpabukas pa. Kung meron ka namang maitutulong ngayon, so wag mo na pagpabukas. Talagang tutulungan mo na siya. Kasi kailangan niya talaga ng tulong. Kaya tutulungan mo na siya. Kung meron kang maitutulong ngayon na, wag mo nang ipagpabukas pa. Ayan. Hindi na magpahito sang bisan ano nga makahalit sa imo kaingod. Ayan. Kay nagapuyo siya sa luyo mo nga nagasalig sa imo. Ayan. Kasi yung kapitbahay mo is meron siyang trust sa iyo. Kaya pag meron siyang trust, talagang wag mo na hintayin na mawawala yung trust niya sa iyo. Kasi may trust siya sa iyo, kaya yan na yun. Bibigyan mo siya kung ano yung maitutulong mo sa kanya. Yan, ito na guys. Thank you so much for sa pag-explain ko nito. Maraming salamat sa mga manonood dyan. Magandang hapon at saka magandang umaga at magandang araw sa ating lahat at magandang gabi. Ayan, it's 4:19 in the afternoon. Ayan. Hindi ka magpahito sang bisan nga ano makahalit sa imo kaingod. Kay nagapuyo siya sa luyo mo nga nagasalig sa imo. Hindi ka magpakigpae sa isa ka tawo nga wala sing kabangdanan kun wala man lang siya sing nahimo nga malain sa imo. Hindi ka magkaibog sa sa ginahimo sang malaot nga tawo o kon sa iya paginawi. Ayan, dito na sinasabi dito from Word of God is wag kang gagawa ng masama. Wag kang gagawa ng masama sa kapwa mo tao. Ayan. Kaya ang Ginoo nagadumot sa mga tao nga nagahimo sing malain. Because si God, talagang, talagang si God is, nagagalit talaga si God pag mayroon kang ginawa sa kapwa mo tao. Kaya di ka niya binabless. Ayan. Ginapakamalaot sang Ginoo ang mga panimalay sang mga malaot. Ayan. Ginapakamalaot sang Ginoo. Kasi sabi nga nila is pag mahilig ka daw magpakumbaba, sa tingin ng Diyos sa'yo ay pinapaano ka niya, ano bang tawag nun? Yung nilalagay ka niya sa taas, hindi ka niya pinagpakumbaba ng Diyos. Pero pag gumagawa ka ng makasalanan, talagang ang tingin ng Diyos sa'yo ay pinakababa ka lang na tao na talagang ikinagagalit niya yung ginagawa mo. Ayan. Ang panimalay sang mga malaot, pero ginabendisyonan niya ang mga panimalay sang mga matarong. Matigda siya sa mga bugalon, pero maayos siya sa mga mapainuboson. Ayan. Mapainuboson. Dito na ako. Ang mga maalam magaagom sing kadungganan pero magadugang ang kahuloyan sang mga buang-buang. Ayan. Yung mga buang-buang is yung mga buang-buang na hindi sumusunod sa utos ng Diyos ay talagang madagdagan pa yung kahihiyan nila. Ang mga kayuhan sang kaalam. Ito na. Mga tuto, pamatiin ninyo ang ginatudlo sang inyong amay. Magpamati kamo sing maayo kag makaangkon ka sang inyo kaalam. Ang akong ginatudlo sa inyo maayo gani indi na pagalimti. Bugtong ako nga anak sang akon mga ginikanan. Kag jutay pa ako. Kintudloan ako sing akon amay siling niya. Dumduma ang akon ginasiling kag indi gid pagalimti. Tumana ang ginasiling ko kag magakabuhi ka. Magaangkon kasang kaalam kag pagangot. Indi pagkalimti akon na pagbungol-bungoli ang akon ginasiling. Indi pagsikwaya ang kaalam kay mag-aapi nini sa inyo. Ayan. Mag-aapi nini sa inyo. Higugmaa ini kay magabantay ini sa inyo. Ang labing importante sa tanan amo ang pag-angkon sang kaalam. Angkon na ang pagangopisan nga ini magabili sang tanan nga mga pagkabutang. Paka mahala ang kaalam kag ini magabayaw sa imo. Ang kuna ini kag magahatag ini sa imo sing kadungganan. Amo ini ang mahimayaon mo nga korona. Tuto, magpamati ka sa akon. Bato na sa bugos mo nga tagipusoon ang akon ginasiling sa imo kag magakabuhi kasing malapig. Gintudloan ko ikaw sang kaalam kag ang matarong nga pagkabuhi wala sing magasablag sa imo. Dalanon nga maglakat kasing maalamon kag kon magdalagan ka indi ka madusmo. Dumduma sa gihapon ang imo natun-an, ang imo tinun-an amo ang imo kabuhi. Ayan. Ayan, it's 5:25 now. I have 35 minutes na lang to go. Mag-e-end ang aking live. Ang imo tinunan amo ang imo kabuhi. Tipigay ni sing maayo. Hindi ka maglakat sa dalanon sang mga malaot kag hindi pagsunda ang ilap. Pag ginawi, hindi ka maghimo sini magpailayo ka sa malaot si kuya ini ang nagpadayon ka sa imo maayo nga pagginawi. Ang malaot nga mga tao hindi matulugan kung hindi anay sila makahimo sing malaen. Hindi sila magtulog kung wala sila sing may nahalitan nga tawo. Ang kalautan kag pagpamintas kaangay sang kalanon kag ilimnon sa ila. Ang dalanon sang matarong kaangay sang pagbutlak sang adlaw nga nagasanag tubtob nga adlaw na. Pero ang dalanon sang malaot madulom subong sang kagabihon. Nagakadusmo sila pero hindi sila makakita kung ano ang ila nadusmoan. Ayan. Tulopangda ang akon ginasiling pamati si maayo ang akon ginahambal. Hindi ini pagkalimti panumdumi ini kag pakamahala sa imo tagipusoon ang magahatag ini sing kabuhi kag kabakod sa mga nakahangop sini. Mag-andam ka sang imo mga ginahuna-huna kay sunod sa imo ginahuna-huna amo man ang imo kabuhi. Okay. Pag nag-iisip ka ng masasama, yung nasa isip mo yung masama, yes, yun yung ang nagpakaliit ng iyong buhay. Hindi ka magambal sa iban nga ano nga hindi matuod. Hindi ka magpakigbahin sa mga binutig kag malimbungon nga mga pulong. Ayan. Hindi ka magsasabi ng mga anong yung sinungaling. Hindi ka magsinungaling. Ayan. Tanawa ang imo palabuton nga may pagsalig. Hindi ka magduko sa kawya. Kinahanglan na hibalaan mo ang imo ginahimo. Ayan. Kag bisan ano ang imo ginahimo, mangin matarong likawi ang malaot kag magpadayon sa paglakat sang matadlong hindi ka maglipas bisan isa lang katikang sa husto nga dalan. Yan. Paandam batok sa pagpangin babae o na pagpangin lalaki. Yan tulopangda ang akon kaalam kag pamati ang akon mga legay. Agod mahibaluan mo ang nagakaigo nga paghinawi kag ang imo pangambal nagapahayag nga may kaalam ka ayhan ang mga bibig sang asawa sang iban nga tawo matamis kaangay sang dugos kag ang iya mga halok matuyom subong sang dana sang olibo. Pero sa tapos ini ang iya ginabilin sa imo kapaitan kag kasakitan. Pagadalhon ka kanya sa duta sang mga patay kay ang iya dalanon nagapadulong sa kamatayon. Ayan. Wala siya nagasunod sang dalan padulong sa kabuhi kundi nagalisa siya pero wala ka makatulopangod sini. Mga tuto magpamati kamo sa akon kag indi pagkalimti ang akon ginasiling magpalayo kamo sa sini nga mga sahi isang babayi hindi kamo magpalapit sa portahan sang iya balay kay basi madula ninyo ang inyo dungog sa mata sang iban kag mapatay kamo nga pamagtanon pa sa kamot sa mga tawo nga wala sing kaluoy. Ayan. Ang mga dumuluong magakuha sang tanan ninyo nga mga manggad kag ang inyo kin pangabudlayan magakadto sa iban. Magaugayong kamo nga nagahimumugto sa inyo higdaan kag daw tul-an kamo nga na nalang nga ginputos ang panit kag nagasiling kamo nga wala ako magpatudlo nga wala ako magpamati sa ila ginasiling. Wala ako magpamati sa akon mga manunudlo, wala ako magsapak sa ila ginasiling. Sa wala madugay na huy-an ako sa mga tao. Ayan. Indi ka magluib sa imo asawa kag siya lamang ang higugmaa. Ang mga kabataan mo sa iban nga mga babaye indi makahatag sa imo sing kaayuhan. Ang imo mga kabataan dapat magdalagko sa pagbulig sa imo kag indi sa mga dumoloo. Gani magakalipay ka sa imo asawa kag magkasadya ka sa babae nga imo ginapangasawa. Matahom siya kag maayo-ayo kaangay sang usa. Magpangalipay ka sa iya kaanyag kag magpakaayaw ka sa iya gugma. Tuto nga magigugma ka sa iban nga babaye nga pasulabihon mo ang kaanyag sang asawa sang iban nga tawo. Ang Ginoo nakakita sang tanan mo nga ginahimo. Nagabantay siya bisan diin ka magkadto. Ang mga sala sang malaot nga tawo kaangay sang isa kasiod. Madakpan siya sa siod sang iya kagalingon nga sala mapatay siya kay wala siya nagapugong sa iya kaugalingon. Ang iya lakas nga kabuangan magadulong sa iya sa lulubngan. Ayan, grabe pala to. Yan. Dugang pa nga mga paandam. Tuto nagpiyansa kabala sang utang sang iban. Nadakpan kabala sa imo kaugalingon nga mga pulong kag nasiod sa imo kaugalingon nga mga saad kun ano ina anak ko yara ka sa idalom sang gahom sina nga tao pero amo ini ang paagi sa pagluwas sa imo kaugalingon. Dali-dali ka sa pagkadto sa iya kag magpakiluoy ka sa paghilway sa imo. Indi ka pagtulugi kag pagpahuwaye tubtob maluwas mo ang imo kaugalingon nga siod subong sang isa ka pispis o kon usa nga nagapalayo sa mga ngayam. Ayan, it's 4:33 in the afternoon now. Ayan, malapit na lang ako. Mayroon na lang akong 27 minutes. 27 minutes to go. Ayan. Ang matamad nga mga tao dapat magtuon sa mga subay. Wala sila sing kabo, pangulo o kon manog dumala. Ayan. Ayan, Kuya Ransky, thank you so much sa pakikinig dyan. And thank you so much kasi marami akong nalalaman ngayon from God. Thank you so much. At saka dito ko na sa stop ko na to muna. Lagyan ko lang to ganito Kuya Ransky. Para sa susunod basahin ko to ulit at ma-share ko. Ayan, maraming salamat. Ano muna ako. Punta muna ako sa I want to drink water now.
Hello everyone! Thank you so much. Meron na lang akong thank you so much sa pagsistay. Excuse. Meron na lang akong 17 minutes. Ayan. 17 minutes. Ayan, ibabasahin ko dito yung kanina. I-continue ko. 17 minutes na lang. Ayan. 17 minutes left. Thank you so much sa pag-stay dyan. Kahit na kotsemperin kayo, maraming salamat. Na-appreciate ko talaga kayo, guys. At saka si Kuya Ronsky. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Kuya Ronsky. Ayan, dito na ako sa... Hintayin ko lang to na... Magsa-stop ako by 5. So, 16 minutes left na lang ako. Ayan, 16 minutes left. At magtatapos na din ako. Ayan, maraming salamat sa mga nagsusupport sa akin. Thank you so much. Kaya, dito na ako sa dugang pa nga mga paandam. Tuto, nagpiyansa ka balas ang utang sang iba, nadakpan ka balas ang imo kaugalingon yung mga pulong kag na siod sa imo kaugalingon nga mga saad kon amo inaanak anak ko yara ka sa idalam sang gahom sina nga tawo. Tuto, nagpiyansa ka balas ang utang sang iban, nadakpan ka bala sa imo kaugalingon nga mga pulong pag nasiod sa imo kaugalingon nga mga saad. Oh my gosh, nag-ulan. Umuulan dito. Ayan, bye-bye na, Kuya Ronsky. Natatakot ako sa kidlat. Bye-bye na, guys. Thank you so much. Mag-e-end na ako, kumukulog dito. Bye na, guys. Ayan.